Well. Welcome everyone. Here we are, another live stream. Let me switch to the main here. There we go. Hopefully all of you are doing great today. And also you should be able to notice a couple of changes to the live stream, but not only the live stream, it will happen in the content as well, because I actually changed my microphone settings. Recently, I saw a comment, and sometimes, like occasionally, I receive a comment where someone says, your audio is like either EQ is high or low or those type of things. And I don't know a lot about sound and microphones, so I just installed my stuff, basic settings, and that's it. But I actually looked into it with ChatGPT, of course, and hopefully the sound is better. Yeah, I do realize that the volume is low. I can put the volume higher. It was just recommended by chatting to ChatGPT and overall online that now my volume stays in the green area of Streamlabs OBS, but I can bump up the volume if you like to. Okay, I'll move up the volume or not. Let me know. I can definitely increase the volume a bit more up. Okay, I'll put it a bit more up. Yeah, bump it up. Okay, we're gonna bump it up to, okay, mind your headphones, right? So I'm gonna bump it up. And this is the usual level. This was as it used to be, right? And I will put it a little bit down, minus, let's see, we can do minus 6.5 here. So how about this? This is like, I'm not yet touching the red in my OBS soundbar. I'm in the yellow. Every time I talk, I'm in the yellow now. So this should be good. It used to be, currently it's minus 6.5. It used to be minus 2.2. So I was always hitting the red, but I was never clipping, but now it's in the yellow. Do not touch the red. Okay, well now we're in the yellow. People saying down or it's okay. It's good for most people. That's good. Of course, everyone on their systems can put the volume up and down, but hopefully the general is okay. Generally is okay. Okay, cool. Then we're good. Now probably my voice sound might be a little bit different as well because of the settings. But yeah, trying to make it as good as possible. Yeah, do not touch red, otherwise you have the brown. Yeah, it's not touching the red now. I'm all the time. I'm in yellow. I'm on the edge of red though. Like let me do minus 7.2 here, bit more in the yellow. So anyway, yeah, so a couple of changes. First of all, the microphone. So thanks for giving feedback while we're live. I can adjust the sound and the volume of the microphone, which will be relevant for the videos as well. Second change you see during the live stream is what you see behind me. I finally decided to actually get something here and build a nice closet. So yeah, on in the back, stuff you can see is a couple of medals and a couple of items that basically represent me as a person. And I'll shortly introduce, quote unquote, myself with the items I have behind me, but because there's some interesting stories. Then we get into the analysis. We're gonna do Elliott Wave analysis. I'm gonna zoom into the chart. We're gonna cover the 4-hour time frame. I'll be sharing my thoughts on the 1-hour time frame as well. And then we get into chatting and Q&A, and then eventually we end the stream, right? So that's what we're going to do. So just to shortly give you an idea of what's behind me and a little bit who I am, just give me a few minutes for people to explain. So first of all, what you see here is a PlayStation controller, but it's not just a controller. I actually used to be a professional esports player in the game Trackmania, which is a racing game. This was my controller throughout my whole career. I played with it when I was third at the World Championships and all the World Championships I participated in after. All the tournaments, all the wins, everything. It went with me across the world, and I never parted ways with my controller. Still use it occasionally. This is my medal of the World Championships. So it's that camera. So this is ESWC Electronic Sports World Cup 2013, guys, I'm old. There you go, you can see it. Trackmania 2 Stadium. So let me just put it here, I'll hang it back later. So yeah, I used to be a professional gamer, so that is where the controller comes from. Then of course we have the hat, one of the hats. This is my motorbike helmet. I am a biker. Someone asked me in chat here, do you have a sports bike? Yes, I am a biker. So I have my helmet here, which is actually a special story. So this helmet is a Lorenzo helmet. Funny enough, I have a replica Rossi bike. But anyway, it's a Lorenzo helmet, and it is designed by someone with the syndrome of Down, the Down syndrome. And when you buy this helmet, a portion of what you spend goes to charity. And in the Netherlands, I actually was the first one in the country to get the helmet, to buy the helmet. Like I really waited for this helmet. I really wanted it. I think it looks absolutely insane. And in the Netherlands, I was the first one to get it in the shop. I drove all the way to the shop to actually get it. Now then we have a Lamborghini book, this is actually my book. I am an author. It's a Dutch book, Mijn Gamende Kind, which has to do with my previous career in the esports and gaming industry. So that is me, the expert. That's my co-author, the writer. And you can check it online if you want to. So yeah. Very, very nice. And finally, we have here a little icon from a conference. I actually don't know LCX. I don't even know what it is. I just like it. And then we have the Valentino Rossi limited edition sunglasses. I got it as a present from someone I know. They're not really worthy. Like I wouldn't really wear them outside. I don't know. They're really, really big. But this is number 251 of 500, and it's a nice collector's item. So it's like my racing, thing. And then down below is a couple of books. So, a couple of books. I like to read business books. So, yeah, that being said, that's basically what you see behind me and what you will see behind me consistently. And, as time goes on, I might add some bits and pieces or change some stuff. But, yeah. Oh, and the plant, by the way, obviously, guys, come on, the plant is a money plant. I can only have one plant behind me. It has to be a money plant. So yeah, this is basically in a nutshell stuff that represents me. I actually forgot to talk about this. This is the biggest medal I have actually from Iron Viking. I did a 42-kilometer, 100+ obstacle run in the Netherlands 2 years ago, which is so far the biggest sports challenge, honestly, that I have done. And it was a great experience. At the end, a bit painful, the last few kilometers, not gonna lie. But I finished and I got that big medal. And I'm very, very proud of that medal. So yeah, the stuff behind me represents me as a person. And everything behind me has a personal story to it. So very, very nice. And I actually don't know if I even mentioned, but you can see the Lambo here as well, the model Lambo. Obviously, we have a Lambo. So let's get going, shall we? Let's get into the charts. 11 minutes in with the countdown. So, 4 minutes countdown, 5 minutes of chatting. We're going to get into the analysis. So I'm going to remove some of the stuff. And we go to the 4-hour time frame. And we're going to jump in while I also say welcome, everyone. So thanks for your feedback, guys, in the beginning about, with regards to the sound. Jeez. Koen Straight International LLC. What's up, man? Welcome, everyone. It's good to see you guys here. Gwendy Zoo, how's your girlfriend, man? I never forget the chats that we had back in the day. So, good. See all the chats. Anything? I have an Elliott Wave question. I asked Helljack today, asking for an online course do you have any recommendation that has credential certificate for course? So in the end, Elliott Waves is, so I'll answer your question, but Elliott Waves is not copyrighted. So there's actually not a institution per se that owns Elliott Waves, and therefore is the you can it's not, there's not like a university where you have to apply to university, then do a couple of years of study, and then you get a diploma. In theory, every single company or individual in the world can launch their own Elliott Wave course, right? In theory. However, not everyone will be able to really sell a course because they don't have the knowledge or the expertise, or the you know, like everyone can advertise, of course, but maybe a certain amount of trust. When we talk about having accolades in the industry and quote unquote, I suppose, credentials, you probably think initially about Elliott Wave International. So Robert Prechter, founder of Elliott Wave International, is someone that I met and shook hands with and had dinner with earlier this year in March. And he's like one of the OGs in Elliott Waves. And his company, right, it's not an institutional owner of Elliott Waves, but his company is Elliott Wave International, and they do sell courses. I am familiar with their material. I do have to say, in a way, that, like, it feels how can I explain this? Like, they have a couple of exams, and exam 1 is more like background theory of Elliott Waves. Exam 2 is more like rules, guidelines, but also stuff that are not rule and guideline related. It's just written somewhere in the book, one sentence. And then the last test is labeling. But in a way, I feel like there's still a lot missing. It feels a bit I don't know how to explain it, like it's not to the point enough, or I don't know, I there's elements that I personally would miss in the content they have. So I guess if you want to get into, you know, someone with credentials, Elliott Wave International is at the moment a place to check. But I don't really know if the content they have would suit. Like, if you are technical, purely technical, it's just about labeling, rules, guidelines, I don't really think that's really the best place to be. NeoWave I don't recommend. NeoWave to me is just Elliott Waves packaged with another little jacket and then marketed very well. I could call my style of Elliott Waves Koens Waves, right? I use FIB time. Robert Prechter doesn't use FIB time. I use the 886, he doesn't. 618 for wave 4. Like, every analyst will have its own little bits and pieces. In my opinion, like, those type of products where people say this is quote unquote blah 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 wave, it's like Koens Wave, Neo Wave, or whatever wave. To me, it's like it all comes from Elliott Waves, and someone put their own sauce on it. If it is significantly different, and there's a lot of data and research and whatever that went into it, and it's a completely different thing, then sure, you know. But usually it's just Elliott Waves, but marketed in a bit of a different way to make sure you give it your own name, and then you build your own story. Yeah, it's not really necessarily like an improvement, or for me, NeoWave, I mean, it's just Elliott Waves with some extra stricter, they say stricter guidelines and rules and more time focused. But if it's more time focused, am I doing NeoWaves on my stream then? Because, you know, I do time as well, like, you know. So, yeah. So, yeah, I don't use the Elliott Waves. To me, is where, you know, that's the basic. That's where everything, all the waves things come from, basically. Gwendy Zoo, good to hear, man. Good to hear. And yes, Money Plant, Jeroen, what's up? Okay, anyway, let's jump in the analysis. Chatting and Q&A comes after. So first of all, we start again with the WXY. And yesterday in the video, of course, I showed a WXY, like the bigger one. And I also shortly zoomed into the 1 hour time frame with the potential of a larger WXY here. So, you know, WXY is across the board basically, but what we're looking for here is a continuation of the range. That's basically the conclusion of what we're looking for here. Structure down, structure up, structure down. This can be deep for potentially a double zigzag, finish Y low and go up, or you get a more sideways corrective structure. Depends on the move up. Now, in general, the probabilities from an Elliott wave point of view are higher to take out this high. So probabilities are higher. This move to the downside is corrective, not impulsive, which increases the probabilities to still take out this high at a later stage. So that is the overall directional bias that we get from an Elliott wave point of view. That doesn't mean we can't continue ranging. We can't look for a little bit lower. It's about the overall higher time frame directional bias, and that is looking for price to still take out the all-time high. Now, in this scenario, we're then looking for a corrective structure to the upside. Currently, a WXY double zigzag makes sense, but we have to be aware that preferably the wave X here is finishing after this vertical line on the chart sitting on the 8th of September, 6 a.m. Central European time. And preferably, it will touch at least 113.8K. We have not done both. We haven't touched the price level, nor have we touched the time level. So even if price is finishing a wave Y at some point, if it does so before the 302, we have to be aware of a flat in a wave A, B, C, finish wave X here, and then move down in a Y. Another thing is that your wave X here, let me clean up the chart, this wave X might not yet be finished. So you can have your W, X, and Y, sure, A, B, C, and Y, but it can also be W, get a larger three-wave corrective structure in a wave X, finish wave X a little bit later, and then you move up for your wave Y. So couple of possibilities, but at the moment, the move to the upside here does look best as a corrective structure, not an impulsive structure. Because the impulsive structure would be this. WXY finished at the low, we look for price to continue to the upside. So sure thing, I have a bullish scenario in my folders. I have it on my chart because I want to, as new information comes in, I want to test it against what I have on my charts. And here we have ABC down in a W, ABC up in an X, that's a flat, ABC down in a wave Y. Move to the upside is then a bunch of 1-2s over here. You're looking for 3. Grinding structure upwards in the beginning, get your 3, and then you finish with a couple of wave 4s and 5s. Over here, you then create a gap as well. You want to see an explosive move towards the upside, and then eventually you want to form your wave 4s and your wave 5s here. And then you're looking for a retracement to the downside. Now, trading this is actually quite easy because if you do get an explosive move towards the upside and then some wave 4s and wave 5s, you're basically waiting for grinding structure, move up, blah, 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 couple of more highs against an area of resistance, great short opportunity, look for price to move to the downside. So I'll be shorting that for sure. And then depending on the move to the downside, we'll see what's next. The bulls need a 3-wave corrective structure, and then you look for continuation, which will give long opportunities at support. The bears are looking for an impulsive structure to the downside to lower prices, where this is going to be AB and this is wave C. So the impulse can be a 1 or A. Of course, it can still be a wave C. The issue, however, for the multi-1-2, which is at the moment what lowers the probabilities for this scenario, but we have it on the chart nonetheless, it's the beginning. It's this move to the upside. So if we want to be bullish here, we need an impulsive structure of the low. So either an impulse, either a diagonal, either a multi-1-2. However, we actually cannot really count any diagonal here at the moment. Unless we want to try and count like a 1, a 2, a 3. We still need a 4, still need a 5. So it's too early to consider any diagonals like this. You really want to wait for a 4 to be in. So this doesn't really make sense. This move to the upside cannot be counted as a diagonal because either your wave 5 is too long or your wave 4s are touching the channel. Let me just show you what I mean. So if we want to label this move to the upside, for example, as like let's say we have an ABC here, this is your 1, that's your 2, and then what, like that's your 3, you need a 4 and a 5. I mean, in this case, right, then you take a trend-based fib. Let me just clean up the chart here. Pop, 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 pop. Let me just use the normal numbers. It's just not a great look. for any diagonal here. Of course, you take a diagonal channel from the end of 1, end of 3 to the end of 2. And then you can see over here, sure, 4 did not touch the trend line, but look at this here. It's just all outside of the channel. I mean, that's just not what we want to see. If we want to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 1 and 4 do not have overlap, which is very, very rare. It's preferred to have overlap between a 1 and a 4. So just to keep it short, not too much detail. Diagonal here doesn't really work. Impulse doesn't work because of all the overlap that we have going on here. Overlap. With regards to overlap, what I mean in particular is just general overlap between each range. Because, and this is something we discussed, I think, in Discord the other day, if you would do this, which is 1, 2, 3, then you have your 4, or somewhere here at least, you need a 4 and then a 5. So a diagonal here doesn't work, but as an impulse, the issue is you don't have overlap between 1 and 4, but you do have overlap between the price action of wave 2, counted as a running flat, A, B, C, so wave 2 price action here, touched wave 4 price action. And it is a strong guideline to not have overlap between wave 2 and 4 in an impulse. It's not an invalidation, and I haven't counted like otherwise in strong detail, like 1, 2, 3, sideways, 4, 5, overlap between 2 and 4. If you have an A, B, C, D, is it even possible? No, probably not. Maybe like a flat over here, that's the end, still overlap. Overlap 2 and 4, it's just not what you want to see. It lowers the probabilities. It's not an invalidation. But you get what I mean. And then you get to the double 1, 2, and the double 1, 2 would be this one here. But in a double 1, 2 structure, 1 running flat in a 2, 1 flat in a 2. So at least both of the 2s are flats. But this wave 2 is then 24 times longer than your wave 1. What? You know? Yeah, I don't know. It's not a great looking structure. So yeah, in both cases, the WXY and the multi-1-2, you actually preferably look for some more upside to come still. So that's the good thing. Like the directional bias would be similar. And then it's just about what's the move going to be? Do we get like a big push, increasing volume? We go through support easily. Okay, fine. Then there must be some multi-1-2 shenanigans going on here. Wave 2, 24 times longer than wave 1, or wave 1 has to somehow end over here, which makes this a very, very awkward structure in a wave 1. So it is absolutely far from a nice structure. Let's be honest here. But we are considering a low to be in. That is why I have it on my chart. Now, what you do want to see here, compared to a WXY, right? We have W, you get X, and then a wave Y, preferably still a bit more upside, or W, continue wave X range, wave Y later, still a bit more upside, or if wave X really wants to be a bitch, A, B, C, and you still get more upside later, so that the bias is the same. Preferably you don't actually get the flat, but you just get WXY. In a WXY, the areas of resistance, 115K is very interesting. If you go to 118K, that is starting to get quite far for a wave Y. We can take a trend-based fib from the start to the end of W to the end of wave X. And you can see that the 115K area is in perfect confluence with the common target area for a wave Y, which is the 1 to the 1.236. It's like inside that area. The 1.618 here at 116.7 is still a target, but the next area of resistance really at 118 is above it. So moving to 118 is not like we would then need to relabel the WXY. If we want to have a bearish count to the upside, we need to put them in different places basically. But yeah, nonetheless, let's first see what happens at 115. In the most bullish scenario, if you look for a wave 3, 115 should be no problem at all. You should easily move through this. You should easily move through this area of resistance at about 115. You want to see big volume coming in, big push, easily move through 115, go to like 118, 120. We have some order blocks here as well. So And then create your wave 4s and 5s, preferably not take out the all-time high, create a lower high, move to the downside, double top and then move down. People that aim to like break out long get trapped in the high. Now, yesterday, so like a lot of detail, but keeping it simple, in both the bullish and the bearish scenario, it would actually be nice to still see more upside locally. Even if wave X here would continue, no problem. Preferably still a wave Y to the upside at a later stage. Yeah, and of course in a bullish scenario, continuation. Right, and then 115 is definitely a first area to be aware of. Yep. Okay. Okay. That also means that currently the primary count that I keep an eye on is an unfinished structure. So a larger corrective structure, unfinished WXY, with the alternative being a finished structure. Once we get an impulse to the upside, happy days. After 1RA, look for a retracement. If corrective, look for continuation after. Now, trading-wise, in the video that I actually made yesterday, so if we go to my link tree and we go to here, and then I don't know why this is like a new thing from Bitly, I suppose, maybe protection. But if you go to the video of yesterday, then where is the drawing? So from a trading point of view, it wasn't actually too... Oh, there we go. So this is something that was in the shared in the video of yesterday and in the elite membership as well, where this is the move to the downside on a 1 hour time frame. It's this structure here. You have that grind in the beginning, you get your move down, not a real clear grind to end with, but a 5-wave-ish structure. Where is my Discord? Oh no, wait, here. So quick move down, then look for a grind like 4s and 5s moving into support. And the support that I had on my chart, actually not during the content, but I put it on my chart after, was the value area high, not the vol, but the high, of a volume profile that you can pull from this range. And the reason why I put it on my chart is because this was then labeled as a wave 4. So looking for potentially a 5 down or a 3 because of the high amount of volume coming in. So I was aware of a 3. However, what started to lower 3 probabilities is this. Price moved down on an increasing amount of volume, but then it moved up, and the next leg down, this is detailed. This is important for trading Elliott waves. So the next leg down here was on decreasing volume, not increasing volume, which you want to see. If wave 3 continues, increase in volume, sharp moves to the downside. Instead, look how long price was ranging here. You move down, decreasing volume, and then you just go sideways on support. And it's not what you want to see if you're looking for a wave 3 and then a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5s later. So as we had the move to the downside, look for a bit of a grind, 4, 5s. You get your 4, you get a 5. This is a lower degree 4, final 5 into support. Price ranges sideways here. The longer it ranges sideways, the more bullish it is. And now then price moved towards the upside. So basically this drawing here in a little bit of a nutshell, not this great grinding structure, but you get the wave 4s and 5s. And I explained what the opportunity was when you got this range, move down, lower volume, price moves sideways on support. I mean, that's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. So yeah, now we have this move to the upside, preferably looking at a corrective structure to the upside. Alternative is a bullish structure to the upside. Just to summarize, preferably this is at the moment still the primary, looking for a larger corrective structure, with the alternative being a bullish structure, which will be easy to recognize if price moves up in an impulsive structure, then after your wave force 5s, we look for a retracement down, which will be a great short opportunity, basically. So it's easy to identify. In both cases, both the bullish and the bearish scenario, we preferably still move up at least a little bit more. In the WXY, I would personally really like to see 115 touched at least and observe what happens there. Yeah, so in WXY, W larger X, still look for Y, bulls 3. So yeah, bearish scenario. This was explained in my like I think a couple of videos ago. I mentioned the bearish scenarios and why they have lower probabilities. So the bearish scenarios from the all-time high to the downside are multi-1-2s. You can't get an impulse in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because of all the overlap. A diagonal would look like this, and even though it has the shape of a diagonal, wave 2 and wave 4 of a diagonal need to be a zigzag family structure. This would be your wave 4. You can definitely count a zigzag family structure in there. But this is your wave 2. And the issue with your wave 2 is that this looks very much like an impulse to the upside, not a 3-wave corrective structure. So I can zoom in here, and you can see the structure here. You have your 1, 2, 1, 2. You can see that little candle there. 1, 2, 1, 2. You get your 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. This is not going to be counted by anyone as the highest probability 3-wave corrective structure. It looks very much like a flat here. And then a wave A, wave B, wave C. C finished, go back down, take out the low. But a flat in wave 2 of a diagonal is not allowed. It invalidates a diagonal. You can't have a flat in wave 2. So that then leaves us with a multi-1-2 for the bears. But when we cover our multi-1-2, we either look at a triple or double. So a triple 1-2 would be 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, go down. Invalidation is the high, which we almost took here. But what lowers the probabilities, as explained in that video a couple of days ago, is this latest lowest degree wave 2. This is Elliott Wave degrees. Highest degree 1, highest degree 2. Lower degree 1, lower degree 2. Lowest degree 1, lowest degree 2. The lowest degree wave 2 here is longer in time compared to your highest degree wave 2, which is not what you like to see. It lowers the probabilities. Then we have a double 1, 2, 1, 2, flat in wave 2, and then a 1, and all of this has to be 2, and then eventually you go down in a 3. The issue here is that if this is the low of your second wave 1, this range, again, is a lot longer than your first wave 2. So the second 2, again, is very, very big compared to your first wave 2, which lowers the probabilities. A triple 1-2 would look better than a double, but the invalidation is this high, so it supports the bulls if you take out this high. Now then I'd like to answer a question that I got on YouTube. So how about, this is wave 1, that's wave 2, this is a diagonal, another one, and you look for another 2. Interesting question. A leading diagonal will always have lower probabilities than a corrective structure or a multi-1-2. This is a leading diagonal in your second wave 1. Therefore, probabilities are lower than either a corrective structure or the multi-1-2. It doesn't get the highest probabilities compared to other structures, also written in the book. So an ending diagonal is more common than a leading diagonal. A multi-1-2 is more common than a leading diagonal. Corrective structures are more common than leading diagonals. They're definitely structures. They just don't get the highest probabilities. So we can't really give them the best probabilities. So you would have your 1, 2, 3, 4, and then your final leg down here, that's your 5. You're looking for a corrective move up, and eventually price moves down. And then you move down in a wave 3. Invalidation this high. at 117.4. Very, very important for the bulls. Right? It's just about invalidating those bearish scenarios. So yeah, they don't have the highest probabilities. They're not invalidated, but they don't have the highest probabilities compared to a corrective structure. Now, a WXY, a larger corrective structure, could mimic the price action of a wave 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3 down. Wave Y can easily end on a high volume. But instead of getting a wave 3 to the downside, which is very big on a high amount of volume, you get a 3 waver in Y and then you move back up and you change the structure. So it might mimic the price action, but of course it's not the same. But hey, we're probably still, a couple of days, couple of weeks away from such moves if you do get this WXY. So we will just tag along and update everyone here on the channel whenever there's something to update about, no? So yeah, that is basically what I'm looking for in a nutshell. So summary, probabilities from an Elliott Wave point of view at the moment, zooming out are highest that we still take out the all-time high because the probabilities are higher. This move to the downside is a corrective structure, not impulsive. Multi 1-2, lower probabilities, double 1-2 as well, therefore with the leading diagonal, triple 1-2 as well, almost invalidated, right? Impulse doesn't work. And a complete diagonal here as a full leading diagonal doesn't work because 2 is a flat. Increasing probabilities of a corrective structure. Corrective structure means we look for price to move up at some point and take out the all-time high. So that's like an overall directional bias. It's going to be proven wrong if price is going to move to the downside significantly in a wave 3. Right? So we want a very, very large push to much, much lower prices, like not like 100K, 96K. No, you're looking for going into the like lower 80s, going into the 70s, those prices. So at the moment, corrective, higher probabilities, preferably looking for a larger corrective structure, WXY, either sharp, double zigzag, WXY, and then move up or more sideways. I actually wouldn't mind a sharp WXY because it makes people feel scared. So you have your W, you get your X, and then you get a sharp wave Y to the downside before then a move up. From a psychology point of view, you can imagine, I mean, after this move to the downside, people are already talking about bear market. I mean, there's like at some moment in time, of course, everyone is going to be right. But yeah, if we consider Elliott Wave probabilities, that does not have the highest probabilities at the moment. But if price is moving down such a small bit and we are very patient, we observe the move, higher probabilities corrective, and you hear a lot of bear market and fear, then what will happen if price gets down here? Interesting. Wave W, A, B, C over here, and then an ending diagonal. So either that is your W, ending diagonal here. Ending diagonal, more common, a lot more common than a leading diagonal. And ending diagonal is wave C. Alternatively, wave W ends over here. And this is all part of a single corrective structure. Means that the WXY goes off, then this is something else. But then W is here, and then this is a single corrective move. But yeah, you can imagine that if price would move towards the upside, preferably moves up at some point quite high, but it gives people belief. And then you damage that belief again by moving down, making new lows on a high amount of volume, and then turn back around. By the time price is here, people are really going to be panicking, which is very nice because it frees up the liquidity. So, yeah. So this is at the moment the primary, what I'm looking for. Bullish scenario, alternative scenario, but we do track it. We do track it just in case. In this scenario, it's trading-wise very easy. Moving up in a 3, wait for the 4-5s. Once the 4-5s and you get a bit of a nice sideways grind into an area of resistance, that's the short. Look for a retracement. Observe the retracement, patient. If corrective, we're going to be looking for supports and long positions. If impulsive, we look for new lows. And then this was a wave C. And if you don't really know how to trade that stuff, I tried to explain it, but a great example, we actually made a short on this, was this move up to the 49K low. You have your 1-2s here, you get your 3, you get your 4-5s here, overlap, slow, grinding price action, volume, moving down as well as you move into that range. We had an area of resistance here as well, which you can find in my content of, the end of July 2024. You'll see my resistance box here. And that was a great short opportunity as we are looking at 4-5s here. Double 1-2, double 4-5, take out the high, look to finish 5 into resistance, move down. 49K was next. So very, very interesting and something that I'll be keeping an eye on if price moves to the upside impulsively. Alternative scenario. So yeah, that's basically it. Now let's go into chatting and Q&A. I actually don't really know when I started the analysis. Oh, by the way, I don't know if there's someone here that is not yet subscribed. However, I would love to test the subscribe notification because I have an alert box now in my Streamlabs. So it should work theoretically. This is my, can you guys see this or not? I don't know, but you can see my Streamlabs desktop. Wait, let me actually open my own. Yeah, you can. So I have my alert box set up here so that if there's a new subscriber or a YouTube member for support or something, it should give me a notification in the corner of the stream, but I don't know if it works. So, if someone subs and it does not appear, let me know, because then something's going wrong. Also, the Nightbot should be here, no? Or what is it? Oh. Nightbot is online. It doesn't track it. Where's the command? Okay, something did not go right. Go live. Nightbot will join your streams on YouTube. Yeah, but where are you then? It's not there. Okay, well that went wrong already. Something I'll have to figure out. The Nightbot is not there. Cheers, Mark Dutch. Okay, let's have a look. What was your key binds in Trackmania? Of course, I used the controller first of all in Trackmania, and then I had L1 throttle. R1. Wait, R1 throttle. L1 is brake. Square is changing cam, and that's pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, and then I had reset on the options. The right is that menu or option? Yeah. Reset to the start on options, like respawn at a checkpoint was the other button on the left. That's the share button. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, and my HUD on or off was, I think, a circle, something like that. But I always used I didn't use the triggers. I used L1, R1. So I just like press 100%. I didn't use the trigger to have like 50% throttle or those type of things. I'll answer those questions. Can you show how this retracement binds into the larger fall? Yeah, so what I'm looking for in a weekly is the following. I can really recommend the higher time frame video. Oh wait, let me actually just go to my high time frame playlist. There we go. So I really recommend this video. So it's in the Bitcoin cycle and macro video. It's 38 minutes of high time frame stuff. But what I'm looking for at this moment in time is, can I go down? Where did I move it to? Is it this one? Yeah. There we go. Drop it down. So is this. Multi 1-2, wave 3, multi 4-5. Get a wave 4 here, preferably. I mean, theoretically, the low that was created at 107 can work to end wave 4 time-wise. There's no reason it can't. Would be nice to maybe get a bit of a larger structure, but there's no necessity. It doesn't have to be larger. So, but this is high time frame. On the weekly, you're not bothered by low time frame stuff. So here you basically look for corrective structure in a 4 and then a move up in a 5. And the wave 5 is the final leg, right? The final leg of the bull market. and then that's the end, everyone. And then we go into hibernation. So this is the currently highest probability weekly time frame scenario. And I went very in depth with how I get to the conclusion in that video. A couple of areas of interest to the upside. Currently we are at this aware zone. I get these by using certain fibs. So we are currently here for quite a while already. Next area is 139, 146, and then we are at 167, 175. With regards to time, we have the 1-2s, that's the reversal area. So we have bear market, we then get the 1-2s, area of reversal here, your 1-2s. You get your wave 3, your acceleration area, volume moves up, and then you move into your 4-5s, volume moving down. Now the final wave 5 can get an increased amount of volume even higher than wave 3. If I open the volume chart, you can actually see that the peak is here. Of course, there's a peak at reversal, but that's very normal. So once the impulse is underway, highest volume in the 3, that's common. Wave 5, of course, especially on a weekly or higher time frame, can have higher volume because of market participation. More people are there, wave 5 can extend. But the general target area for wave 5, I actually didn't really cover it. Common target area. Wait. Do I have my high time frame probabilities here, or did I just remove everything? Ooh. Is it this? Yeah. Okay, wait, I need to change this. Remove. Use this, there we go. So the main target area 1 is 125, 145. Main target area 2 is 170 to 220. 220 and higher, lower probabilities. Like it's just probabilities, and probabilities are lower for anything above 220. Initially, 125 to 145 is interesting. I heard some gun targets talking about 151, so I'm happy to extend it to 150, arguably like 130, 150 in that case. And the second area of interest is 170 to 220. Let me call this. Let me just put that here. Yeah. So yeah, this is what I'm looking for. And also when we do look at previous bull markets, and on my Coinbase chart, I have the previous two. But the all-time high here was made on the 11th of this, or around the 11th of December. So basically December. Here it was in November, right? So it's interesting to consider the possibility of moving up in a final wave 5 at the end of this year, get an all-time high between November and February, like if we take like a little bit of space, and then depending on the structure, we will be more accurate, but get an all-time high in between, what did I have with my time? All-time high between, basically like November and February, and then end it there. And then we go down. Another thing that I like to say, and I think I only shortly highlighted in a way in the long 38-minute video, but well, okay, wait, I'm gonna use an example here. So let me use this. So if we go back to the bull market from 2015 to 2018. Oh, wait, let me use the other one. This one here. Are we here? Just for your information with regards to percentages, because what happens in a bull market, and you see it time and time again, is once you go into the final legs of a bull market, the price difference is going to be very big. but the percentage difference and gains, the price gain is high. The percentage gain in comparison to the rest of the bull market is low. So don't get baited in thinking that from where we are now, we go up another 500% or something, right? Like the chances are so low, you're going to reach those ridiculous targets that maybe left and right you hear about. When we look at previous bull markets, then where, like, are we here? Like, so in the current bull market, I'm basically looking at, we're in a final wave 4, looking for another wave 5 to the upside. If I look at the final wave 4s of previous bull markets, which was here, then the move to the upside from the low here at $109 to 5.5K was 5,000%. Very nice. But it was only 5.4K in price movement. While the second leg, the final piece, went to 19.8K, double digits, basically, right? 19 now instead of 5, but it only represented 260%. This is a 260% move only. This is a 5,000% move. But it is 14.3K in increased price. So that grabs attention. People go like, Bitcoin is $100. I know, no, I mean, who cares? And, you know, what's Bitcoin? And then here it's like, oh shit, right? Yo, everyone knows about Bitcoin. Oops, high is in, and down we go. Huh? Same thing happened the year after when I go, no, Bull 2020. Is it this one? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there we go. Yeah. So in the bull market of basically like 2020, if we take it from this, so I count the bull market from here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then wave 5. Okay. The percentages are okay. That from this low to the final wave 4 on a weekly time frame here was an 818% move. Now, the first leg was from 3K to 28.8K. That's 800%. 9.3 multiple. Plus 25K. This final leg to the upside here is 40K in price, but only 139%. It's still 100%, if you want to think like that. But in the total scheme of the bull market, the expected final leg up is not a very big push. It's a big push in price, but not necessarily in percentage. And that is something that I think is important to realize with the current bull market that we then have, where if we're looking for another leg up in a wave 5, and price is going to move up from 113 to 150, and people are going to be like, whoa, we're at 150 and hype, and you're going to hear it everywhere, and this and that and this and that. But guys, 150 from where we are now, from a percentage point of view, it's 30%. That's peanuts, right? It's nothing. It's the value that's very high. So it's a very high value. The price goes up, but 1% is now 1K, basically. I mean, a little bit more now, of course. We're at 112K. So... don't really focus too much on the price of the asset. Focus on the percentage, and we're still looking for a final move up. But the biggest part of the bull market, in like from an Elliott Wave point of view, would be finished. These are your 1, 2s. This is your wave 3. These are your wave 4s, 5s. You get a final 5, and then you move down. The final 5, I mean, we're at pretty much like 100K, so 100% would be 200K. That's still inside the potential one of the two main target areas, but it can easily be less than 100%. If we compare, let me have a quick look here. The wave 4s of the past. Bull market. No, where is it? Clicking. Oh, okay, so here we had as a final leg 260%. Here it was 139%, smaller. So it begs the question, if the move to the upside that we would have in a final wave 5, is it going to be smaller than 139%? It's working. It is working. The notification, I saw it in the corner. Let me put my sound on here. Yo, maybe a band-aid. Thanks, man. Yo, it worked. That's awesome. What a nice test. Yo, cheers, dude. Hopefully you're good. Hopefully you're good on the other side. Yeah, thanks, Jason. Appreciate it, man. So yeah, it begs the question with the final leg up, are you going to have less than 139% move? Mind you, from 100K, 139% would be 239K. But as mentioned in my analysis in the high time frame video, the probabilities are higher to not reach anything over 220 at the moment from an Elliott Wave point of view. You can look at the whole video for all the detail and all the nitty gritty. This one over here, Bitcoin Cycle Macro, 38 minutes of pure enjoyment. Yeah, main target area 1 and 2. Lower probabilities. So yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I love looking at the higher time frame. It's a lot more relaxed than the lower time frames. But yeah. And if we use Elliott Wave simplified, which I love using, a method, many of you know, but it's a methodology that I designed, I invented because I wanted to make Elliott Waves accessible and simple. So I got to work and thought of a way to explain it. So Elliott Wave simplified. I probably need a better name for it, really, but I have a video about it in the educational playlist, which is Elliott Waves Beginner's Guide. And then we go here, the first one. So you don't need any knowledge about Elliott Waves. You use structure, but the structure, the stuff you use is based on Elliott Waves. So you have the grind in the beginning, the overlap. Then you get a push out of that move with an increased amount of volume, creating a gap. And then you start overlapping again. These are your 4 5s. And that's when you start to realize a move might be ending here. And it's the same in previous bull markets. And in this scenario here, I only used wave 3 as an example. You have your 1 2s, you get your wave 3 with the gap, then you get your 4 5s. We go further back in time. Your 1 2s here, overlap, 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 overlap. First time you create a gap, that's your 3. And then you get your wave 4s and your wave 5s. Right? So it makes it easy to count a chart from an Elliott Wave point of view without really having the knowledge. And the fact that price had this move towards the upside created a gap here on an increased amount of volume. And since then, sure, we have moved towards the upside, but we have done so while slowing down the pace, slowing down the volume, very typical for 4-5 price action. So yeah, therefore I label things the way they are here on my chart. And the alternative scenario is that the bull market is finished, but that requires this move down to be an impulsive structure, and the probabilities locally are higher to be a corrective structure. Mohammed, I saw your comment before it was retracted. Yeah, so I actually talk about the shallow wave 4 in the 38-minute video as well. So if I open my count of 2020, ooh, it's a lot of detail on my chart. Yeah, he was too late. Okay. When I take a fib from the low of 2, so this 2 is matching this high here, okay? Let's see which one, 788. And then we take wave 4. We toggle on the 146 as well. Then we remove it. There we go. So just an FYI, right? Low of wave 2. This is the low of your wave 4 of a matching degree. Okay? Those are the same degree. So here's the whole count, but it's a lot of detail. But you can see the wave 1, this is your wave 2. Look at how the 2 looks. That's the matching 3. No, 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 no. That's the 2. Lol, I'm confusing myself. I have too much detail. Too much detail. Wait. This is the 2. That's the 3. That's the 4. Yes. And then here's the 5. Okay, there we go. There we go. So we take a fib from the low of your 2. And then you can see, and it's already taken to the high, but you can see that the 146 was not even touched. Wave 4 didn't even touch the 146. So once you move into higher time frames, don't really be too like think like, oh, we have to go to the 236, 38205 in such a bull market. It doesn't even need to touch the 146. It would be nice, but you know, it's definitely not something that has to happen for your wave 4s. Actually makes me think in previous bull markets here. One second here. If this is the, yeah, I mean here it's the same story. The last wave 4 here didn't touch the 146 as well. So interesting. Just checking this one here. Yeah, here we okay, 382, 236, I mean. Yeah, so if we look at the current bull market, high time frame, we take a Fibonacci from the first wave 2, the deepest, to the current all-time high, which is there. Then the 146 would be 95K. But above this, we have an area of interest, the support area here. And yeah, are we going to hit 95? Maybe, maybe not. But as per the previous 2 bull markets, the like, you know, a wave 4 doesn't necessarily need to retrace that much. So for me, structure is more important than the retracement of the final wave 4 I have here on my chart. Right. I'm actually gonna double check here. I see a question about the why is Nightbot not in my live stream? It should be here, no? No. How interesting. Because I actually have a compendium command with Nightbot, but okay, I'll figure Nightbot out another time. But yeah, so with regards to the compendium, it's actually going very well. The version 1 is finished. Let me go back one step. So we are working on the book for over a year now, easily over a year, 1 year and a few months. And it's a compendium. It's officially not called a book. It's a compendium. A compendium is a book, but it's different than a traditional textbook. A compendium generally is very graphical, lots of tables, lots of graphics and designs and that sort of stuff. And that is what we're making for Elliott Waves. And let me show you a teaser so that everyone is on the same page and actually knows like what I'm talking about. So let me show you the page of an impulse here, so that you actually know what I mean. Scroll, scroll, scroll. So currently we are over 60 pages. We have over 60 pages of stuff. And we're still working on some details and that sort of stuff. All right, so here's an impulse. Now, there's a lot of things going on in the compendium. This is just one page, right? We have pages about the 886, about Fibonacci, about the origin shortly of Elliott Waves. We have pages about channeling, pages about we have a probabilities table. We have so much stuff in here, but this is one page that I just quickly want to show, so you kind of like know what the graphics look like. And it's going to be a book. So we do have pages with text. We do have text pages as well, because sometimes, you know, we have to explain stuff about Fibonacci, about Elliott Waves, the cons, the pros, like, you know, and more. So we are finished with version 1.0 of the book, compendium book, and we're doing like final little things. And I found an editor, and she is going to be the editor of the compendium. It's a professional editor with over 20 years of experience in high level on like high level reports. So financial reports, mathematical reports, scientific reports, like very graphical things and data driven things. What, you know, something like she loves this stuff, so that's perfect. So she's you know, so I hired a freelance editor, so that's cool. She's going to help us in the final stages. I found a designer as well. She has a lot of experience with like graphical books, so books that are like you know, encyclopedias, if that's the way I pronounce it, encyclopedias or something. Very graphical, heavy type of books, and of course we have a lot of graphics and lines and things and stuff going on as well. So we need someone with that experience. It's not like a traditional textbook with a little photo, you know what I mean? So I found a designer, and yeah, so she's probably going to be the one that I will hire for some more design work. Jeroen has done amazing work so far. Everything in the compendium is designed by Jeroen, which is absolutely incredible. And Jeroen will be mentioned in the book as well as the main designer. But I will get a designer in, like a professional designer, like someone that has worked on previous books and such type of books, just to make sure that things are checked and we get a certain cover and the back and all that stuff. So the compendium should be published in November. That's the target, December max, but it should be before the holiday weeks like Christmas and stuff. That's definitely the goal and the target, both with the editor, with my team, and with the designer. Odin has also been giving a lot of feedback on the compendium, which is great. And yeah, so that is moving forward. So definitely be ready for it. I'm very excited about the compendium. And then we have the and Hexaplan. Yeah, so Hexaplan is a platform that we are developing to help people to create a plan and also help them with journaling. But it's completely custom built from the ground up all the way. And I don't know if Jeroen still here is in chat, but I think we're working on Hexaplan now for we are working on Hexaplan since must have been like half a year to a year now. Let me check. Yeah, so the first message in the Hexaplan beta test group was the 2nd of May. So before people beta test, we were already going on for months. So yeah, February, January, like the beginning of the year. So we're probably then about like 9 months in or something. And it's an incredible project. We have a beta test group of 50 people that provide a lot of feedback, which is great. And people are able to add like their trades and they're able to journal. But the main thing of the platform being a 6-step process to develop a personal plan or strategy based on statistics. And the platform guides you through that step by step and really helps you to create that plan and helps you with getting that risk reward ratio, getting that win rate, getting all the data and you know, data driven trading, basically. Like, it's incredible. And yeah, so that is almost finished. We pretty much finished with the 6 steps. We only now need to check the text. So everything is pretty, like all the 6 steps are working, and the whole process to guide someone from no plan to a successful data-driven profitable trading plan, that's finished. But we have to check the text and some of the pieces that are written, just double checking to see if it makes sense, if it's clear, if people would understand what's written there. And of course, I have to make videos and eventually explain the different pages and stuff, but that's for later, so that people have like guidance. Probably will eventually have like some sort of like an email type of list that if people want to get information about it, we will eventually let them know, oh, it's live now, introduction videos and all that stuff. But yeah, the 6 steps almost finished. Once we're done with the 6 steps, we're gonna put it online for the beta test group. They can test it, give feedback. Eventually, of course, we like to have some reviews as well. And yeah, once that is done and the general platform, you know, works and some final bugs and whatnot are finished, then we're gonna put it online to everyone else. So yeah, projects are moving towards like launching, I suppose. So yeah, very, very exciting times. And at the end of this year, the compendium should be live, the book, and should be available on Amazon. And Hexaplan should launch next year, like early next year. I don't think we're not gonna make it happen, I think, this year. So I think better, probably expectation wise, it would be better to be early next year as a target, 2026. And then in 2026, not only will Hexaplan go live, but in 2026, also a very special platform will go live, like another platform that we're gonna work on. Which is going to be more educational towards Elliott Waves, but it's put like the structure of the educational material is presented in such a way that is not seen anywhere else on the internet. So that's really cool. So I really look forward to starting to work on it, but we first have to finish the compendium. And then once the compendium is finished, I can slowly move some attention to that platform, and then Hexaplan goes live, and then the more educational platform goes live, probably at the end of 2026. So yeah, we have a lot of plans. You know, in the end, the big vision that we have is not just to have a YouTube channel and you know, help people with Elliott Waves and analyze the markets. And we analyze the waves and help people find clarity and what price is doing. But a big goal for me is education as well. So I always, you know, I love live streams. I can help people and educate people, but I try to do it in my videos as well. Provide education. Of course, I have on my YouTube educational playlists as well. So, you know, it's a big motivator for me. I love to help people understand the markets by using Elliott Waves, because to me it feels like reading a book. The markets like start to make a lot more sense when you know Elliott Waves, and you'll be able to analyze structures and get a better feeling of probabilities are higher to move up or down, and one can trade in such directions using order flow or support resistance or anything else, or just purely Elliott Waves. But yeah, it's going to be a great project as well, probably quite a lengthy one. But I do have an idea on how to approach it. So yeah, there's a lot in the pipeline, and yeah. I actually don't know what would happen after 2026, like what's going to be the next project. But I think it's going to be optimizing the existing projects and improving and that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's going to be quite exciting, especially launching something that is related to Elliott Waves, but the structure in which we do it has not yet been done. It's the same as there's a lot of books. I mean, there's not a lot of books, but there are some books on Elliott Waves. Most people know Elliott Wave Principle. But the book that we are creating and all the data that's in that book and the way it is presented, and you know, the getting the editor and the designer in, and like, it has not been, Elliott Waves is not written, not presented in such a way in one book before, and that's what makes it very exciting. So yeah, we try to like innovate, not copy, because no one like gets help by copying stuff of others. We really create our own thing. So yeah, really exciting. I need a YouTube channel to come on. I don't normally comment on YouTube, but I have been watching Koens for a long time. Yo, Mike, what's up, man? Welcome, welcome. Bitcoin dominance when working out probabilities? I don't. I only mainly look at the USD charts of different assets, also altcoins, but each chart will tell its own story. You can use different charts in combination with one another. So you can analyze Bitcoin, and then you can analyze dominance. You can analyze the dollar chart as well. But every chart will also tell its own story. So analyzing multiple charts can help, right? It can give people an edge by itself. But in my case, I do very, very well just analyzing one particular chart. In regards to the short opportunity, when do you enter and how high should you play still being wicked out? Generally, that's related to my support and resistance areas. Wait, so the end of 2024... let me go to a video here. 1 second. We're going to go and scroll. 2024. 6, 9 is 1, 3. It's over a year ago. Let me have a look. I'm going to have a quick peek. On the chart? Yeah, on the chart. Where are we now? When was this? 12th of June. Okay, we're close. A little bit later. 12th of June. Well, I was posting a lot of videos a day, so maybe here. Ooh, the old music. I want to go. So what I want to show you is this move. And the high was created 29th of July. Okay, 29th of July. 18th of June. Yo. I need to go up. 29th of July. Let's see. Maybe we're getting close here. We're not there yet, no? 26th of June. Nope. I'm going to find you a video just to hone like how it works. This video was 24th of July. Okay, we should be able to see it here. Hi, everyone. Whoa. Koen man. Yo. What's all that? All right, so we go to the move to the upside. I have to go to base channel. This is high time frame stuff. This is daily. Okay, I don't want a daily video. I need like the 1 hour. This is a live stream. I don't want a live stream. Normal video. We're almost there. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter if it's bullish or bearish scenario. I just need to see my support and resist. Okay, so here you can see the impulse. This was your bullish scenario. You're looking for a 2. Bearish scenario was taking out the low, right? What's important here is the impulse to the upside. You can see the multi 1-2. You can see the 4-5s. We're looking for one more high and then for price to turn around, right? So that's basically what you're looking for. And then this is the important part, right? So how, like, let's go back to the current chart. So the question is, how would I go short with if this would play out? How do I approach it? Oh, that's the question. So what I'll do is just do this. Sorry for a second. Just putting all my stuff on. Well, if we do move up in a 3, I don't really expect this to hold. So probably I'm looking for the resistance here. Like this area, just for the sake of general area here. So poof. Okay. So what you can see here, let me full screen this for a second, is the move towards the upside. Don't focus on the scenario. We had a bearish scenario taking the low, but you have an impulse up. We're looking for one more high. Wave 4 to finish in this blue box area. Guess what? We have an area of blue support here at about 64. Okay, about 64K. So that box of support is here. That's your area, right? That blue box over here around 64K. The low here was about 64K. Interesting for long, obviously. But then you're looking for price to move up, and you see two areas of resistance here. Now, one is about 69.5, I suppose. I'm just estimating because, of course, I don't really remember. Like, I can't see the exact values. But we have a box here just below the 70, I guess, and then another one here around 71. Oh, wait, here. Okay, here we got it. 69.7, 69.1. Okay, 69. Yeah, so pretty much here. So we had this area of resistance, and then I had a tiny one here at like the 71. Yeah, okay. Now you can kind of see where I'm going now, right? So we're looking for a multi 1-2 and a multi 4-5. We have an area of interesting support between, well, what's this, like 64.5 or something and 63. So in other words, we have an area, we have a target box area of support. I don't like to see that lost and flipped. Now, I never put a stop loss at the end of the box. I always have wiggle room. Plus, I realize if we're looking for a wave 4, I don't really like to see price lose this range significantly. So in other words, stop loss goes somewhere below that low, but always a little bit of leeway because I don't like to get wigged. And then you're looking for a wave 5. And the area to the upside in a wave 5 would be, first of all, that first area of resistance, 69.5-ish, 69.8, which is the one that I have here on my chart. So as price is then moving towards the upside, you can see that it starts to curve. It slows down again, right? Remember your 4-5s. So the volume is gone. And because I'm looking for a wave 5, I'm interested to short both of these areas because I don't really care if I would get stopped out. If price moves above this box and then flips it, I don't mind it because I'll just be shorting the next box. So 71 is going to be my next short area because I am looking to end an impulse. And because I'm looking for the final wave 4 to be made and one more 5 to the upside, I will short every resistance to the upside if I can end a 5-wave move in 5. So you have your 1, your 2, your 3, your 4, and you get your 5. This was your first touch. You touch it again, so this must be another 4 and 5. It doesn't really matter. That's the details of this move towards the upside. But you can see that you have your impulse up and you start to slow down. So naturally, we can count a finished structure. Interested in shorting that box, always a bit of leeway. Never put it on the other edge of the box just in case you get wigged. So always a little bit of wiggle room. And then I just wait and see what price does as price is moving down. Do you get a 3-wave corrective structure? Is it going to be a motive wave structure? What is the CVD doing locally? CVD was bearish. Literally every move down was bearish, or every bounce up had bearish CVD. But if price would have moved towards the upside, then this would have been a loss. Oh, okay, I'll short the next one because I'm looking for a move down anyway. It was the highest probability. So if we use this information and we just basically copy paste it on where price is now. Again, like we got to be aware that at the moment, this is not the highest probability scenario. Okay, I'm just, for the sake of answering the question, we're covering this. But if price is moving to the upside, we have our areas of resistance, right? Especially these two range point of controls are interesting here, about 121, 123. So if we can get a move, a quick move up, we want to see a gap here, and then price starts grinding sideways again, I wait. Of course, I mean, you can short, I don't like to short wave 3s. It's very high risk, doesn't make any sense. So I like to wait for the ranges to form. and a slow grinding price action. And I'm like, okay, we're working on the 4-5s now, volume going down. We had the gap to the upside, 3 finished. And then once you get in a couple of 4-5s, I'll be like, cool, where is the latest wave 5 made, right? Because you get a couple of wave 4s and 5s. If this is a double 1-2, you look for a double 4-5. So price has always, you want price to take out this high, but the moment you do, you are in ending wave 5 territory. So I'll always, if we get a finished 4-5 over here, I'll always be shorting the resistance above, and then put my stop nicely somewhere above the box. Arguably, you could even take the all-time high with a bit of leeway. And then look for price to move down into areas of resistance. Be very patient with the structure to the downside. Is it going to be motive? Is it going to be corrective? We've got to wait and see. But this gives a high probability setup. So just like that. Yep. Hopefully that answers the question. Let me put my stuff on the chart again. Okay. And then get back to the chat. Okay. Up. Thank you, Dutchy man. Mark Dutch, always changing his names. Oops. Yeah, so I answered this question. 2026, baby coons plus a French farmhouse plus a supercar. Here you go. Glad I could help. Dutch is the friend we all need. He's the mod we all need. Yeah. Yo, Legendario, how you doing? Oh. Now, I know from experience that the stream is still live, but I have to shortly refresh the chat. First time I had that, I was like, oh boy, what happened? But here we are. We back. A professional book about, there's multiple normal like books on Elliott Waves, but they're, I've been grinding the internet on all the books, and there's no book that I could find, buy, see that looks the same as everything that we include. There might be bits and pieces online, but all the information, all collected in one compendium, right? It's very graphical, very artistic, like in one compendium. It's not out. It's not out there. I don't want to just be another number. We want to build unique stuff and help the people. What's up, Daywalt? How you doing, man? How you doing, dude? Hopefully you're good. Did you go live today already? Usually Daywalt goes live, but I don't actually know your times. If you would go live soon, I'm happy to move, move people along through the, I don't know how it's called on YouTube, but basically just end here and then go there, basically. But hopefully you're good, Daywalt. What's up? Kun's the best teacher. I learned everything Elliott Wave related from him. Yeah, the good old times, eh? when Daywalt was a member. And that's important. He was not just a member back in the day, learning Elliott Waves in the membership. He asked a lot of questions, and that is something that really propels your knowledge, because the more questions you have, the more answers you get, the quicker you learn. And in the end, if you really want to learn something, you got to put some effort in it. Elliott Waves will not just enter the brain, but having those questions, getting those answers, and constant feedback, quick improvements, and who knows, you might be the next that has a successful Elliott Wave YouTube channel like Daywalt has nowadays. So what like 1 second, let me go to your channel. What's going on now? Go to channel. Currently, you are at 664. Okay. Getting to the 700. 550 videos, eh? There you go. Over 500 already. Over 500 video already. So yeah, this is Daywell, guys. So don't smoke your socks. That's fucking right. Don't smoke your socks. So hopefully you're good, man. Milo's Miner, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Liquid Mafia, yo. Liquid Mafia, how you doing, man? Liquid coming in from the other side of the world, everyone. Australia. Yoku's Network, come a long way, the book. Yeah, thanks, Liquid Mafia. It's been a long project, not gonna lie. At times it really feels like, I don't know how to say this in English, but it felt like a burden almost. Because, yeah, it's just there and there's still so much to do and it feels like it never gets finished. And then you're like, am I going to work on the compendium? Nah, I have YouTube comments. I have the Discord community. I have other stuff to do. And then you're like, loop, and you do your other stuff. And then the next day you're like, compendium? Nah, Discord community, yeah. But in the end, it like, you just gotta get it done. And we put a lot of hours in and a lot of work in the compendium. And it's definitely been a long grind, but no, it's incredible. And and then once you start working on the compendium, of course, in the past year, but there's always the ups and the downs. But then when you work on it, you see the improvements and you see it getting better and better. It's actually very motivating as well. So, yeah, the bottom line, it's an amazing project. I'm very happy about it, and Jeroen has done an incredible job as well. Odin with the feedback, amazing. So yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. And yeah, thanks for your message. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you still hanging around, man. We have a new circles update. Tag me in Discord. Where are we at? Where's the circles update? Bitcoin TA? Wait, let me look for Liquid Mafia. So Liquid Mafia. Oh yeah. Wait, I haven't seen this post myself. So Liquid Mafia, one of the absolute OGs of the channel, very, very, very early subscriber, and one of the first 100 people that joined the Discord group, and now there's over 4,000. But he has a very unique style of analysis, which is incredible. I can really recommend to search in the search section. You can't actually see my search, so here, Liquid Mafia. Just look for his name. Very, very interesting way of analyzing the charts using Fibonacci rings. And I'll make sure to check this out in a little bit of detail after the stream. But basically, we are coming at an important cross point. And generally, it's about closing candles on the other side of the circles that determines the path. So, bit of a rings update. We have a pivot ring coming up from now till early next week. I would expect something to either be resolved or triggered by this data. Let's open. Okay. That's the chart. Let me quickly move the chat out. Is it major? Well, to put it on a scale of 0 to 10, I'd say 6. However, that is a hard one to judge. Historically speaking, this ring has generally been neither here or there. It holds the 2023 a cycle low and kickstarts the new bull run. There's also another ring cross nearing the end of September. This ring and this specific ring, specific ring cross was also the ring that price action broke out the previous 20K all-time high that started the whole 2020 post-COVID bull run. We are also stuck in a wedge-like pattern between two rings. I think next Tuesday is going to be one to watch. So, okay, interesting. One ring to the downside here looks to be about 103K. We are currently finding resistance at this ring here, the orange one. Okay, area of interest, which means time-wise, scroll down here, September, mid-September should be interesting. But yeah, this is one of the coolest. No, was it this one? I mean, this is a great post by Liquid Mafia as well, but oh, here we go. This one is really cool. So you can go back to his posts and see some of the stuff he shared. What a great analyst. Great way of analyzing charts. It's actually really cool. Really cool. Wait 1 second. Going down here again. Do you share any of your alerts in Discord? Yeah, it's a learning group. I don't do signals and stuff. I'm heavily against that. In my opinion, I personally believe that everyone should create their own plan or strategy. And if you follow signals or any of that sort of stuff, you're going to be a losing trader. You might as well put your money in a casino. It's just not like you will never be able to execute in the same way that someone else does unless you do copy trading, but that's an even bigger casino with everything that's online. So I personally very much believe in create a plan, a strategy, build the foundation. It's going to take months, maybe years, but you're going to be able to fish for yourself the rest of your life. You're not going to be reliant on this other person, and hopefully he's going to keep his YouTube channel till he's 100 years old. Hopefully he's going to provide signals for a long time and does a good job. Hopefully, you know, we don't want to hope. We want to have a data-driven plan and have our own strategy. So no, I very much dislike the signals community, but I do understand why people do it. Because if you are I suppose a creator, meaning you get a bit more eyeballs than a regular trader that's at home and doesn't have a social media platform. If you provide signals, it's just marketing, man. Like, in my opinion, it's I don't know. For me, it doesn't really provide any value. Signals to me is more like a marketing way of getting people to subscribe to either your membership or your whatever you offer. Because people, of course, want money. That's the reason they're in the market. They're hungry. And for me, the word signals is a way to convert that hungriness of people wanting to get money into your membership, which fills your own pockets. Yeah. And you're not actually really teaching people long-term anything. You're teaching people to do what you do without any lessons, or, you know, execution is different. I don't know. I'm against that stuff. I don't like it. I also don't care about the money. I don't need people to pay me for signals or stuff. I'm not offering that. Like, if people are looking for that stuff, they're at the wrong channel. I'm not the guy that offers that stuff. I don't like it. So I'm very much focused on learning. And you can see that translated into the Discord as well. So the Discord community that we have, you don't see any P&L photos because we don't allow it. People really talk about plans, strategy, Elliott waves, different counts, discussion. It's very, it's based on learning. It's based on engaging and discussion. People help each other. And that's the way. It's not like, is it going up or down? When is the next trade? Are we going short here? You know, bullshit. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, it's just not me. Oh, you did a live already. Hopefully it was a good live. Okay, you're usually, Davo, what country do you live? Are you like, do you always go live in the morning? Never so if I go live, I always go live in the afternoon, but I guess we're in a similar time zone though. If you say morning, which is probably going to be my morning as well. Can't be too far off. Do you place your stop loss at the Elliott Wave invalidation or below or above or below support resistance zones? At least for most of the trades I take, if my trade is purely Elliott Wave based, I'll put it on an Elliott Wave invalidation because I have multiple execution strategies. But if I trade based on a SR area, it's going to be on the other side with a bit of leeway. If it's purely based on Elliott waves, I'll use an Elliott Wave invalidation. Yo, Barbie, how you doing, man? What's up, Anoop? Chances for the super cycle? Yeah, more chance of Moonboy talk. And mind you, just again as a reminder, super cycle is not moving to 200K. That's not super cycle, guys. That is only, it's not even 100% move from where we are now to 200K. I have a feeling that people are using super cycle because of the nominal value that Bitcoin may have once you end the bull market, but not the percentage change. I explained this a little bit earlier in the live stream, but we moved up from 15K to where we are now, which is about 600%, I believe. Yeah, so almost 700, almost 700%. And I have a feeling that super cycle relates to price moving to 150, 200K, 300K. But just mind you that going to 150K is only 30%. Going to about 200K from where price is now is about 80%. That is not much from a percentage point of view. It sounds amazing in dollar value, but from where price is now, it's not that much from a percentage point of view. And a similar thing happened in previous bull markets, where I will once again quickly show this, where if we are looking at the final wave 4, so another wave 4 and 5, which currently has the highest probabilities from an Elliott Wave point of view, based on my analysis in the video, not that one, not that one, not that one, it's the high time frame one. Plop, you know, I'm talking about high time frame, but it's the video here, the latest one. 38 minutes. Probability is highest. We're looking here for another 4 and 5. Final leg up is then your wave 5. If we go back to the bull market here, 2017, the final wave 4, question mark, right? The last leg up can be still a decent amount of percentage, but compared to what the bull market is, it's not much. Like this is your first leg, this is your second leg. First leg, 109 to 5.5K, 5,000% increase, 50x multiple, but only 5.4K difference. Here's your super cycle thing. 5.5K to 19.8K, 260%, 3.6 multiple only, 14.3K. Dollar value difference, very high. Percentage, not even comparable, 5,000 against 260. The same thing, oops, I don't want to remove that text box. The same thing happened in the bull market after, where, so remove the brushes. Same thing here, where the first move till the latest wave 4 was 800%. The last leg up was 139%, which, by the way, was shorter in percentage than the bull market that we had here to finish in 2017. So that makes it interesting to think, wait, so if that was like 260%, this is 139%, how much percent would we go up here? Are we going to go up maybe less than 100%? Well, 100% would be from where we are now, about 220K. I mean, probability-wise, probabilities are higher to not go beyond 220 for the end of a bull market, which would then mean the percentage gain in the last leg, even when you go to 190K, is only 70%. The dollar value is very big, so people will be talking about, boom, another 10K, another 10K, another 10K, boom, 150, 180, you know what I mean? It's like they get horny because of the dollar value, but not because of the percentage difference. So in the previous bull market here, 139% was the second leg. The first one was 818. The first leg only moved up only by 25K. The second leg by 40K. So again, the nominal value in dollars is higher, but the percentage is significantly less. And that is something that I expect here as well. And then of course you hear super cycle. Well, if it's super cycle, you don't want wave 5 here. If this would be super cycle, you need to go way higher. Way higher than the current common targets. From a time perspective, the previous bull market, this is quite interesting as well. Let me shortly put this on the chart. So this was the low. This was around the all-time high. This was that was the low again. This was around the all-time high. That's the low again. Okay. So I know that there's more data, charts with more data, but I just used the Coinbase chart for all the examples. So the low here was created around New Year's Eve. That was the start of the bull market, which we finished about 3 years later, because this was December 2017. We started around New Year's Eve 2014, 2015, ended around New Year's Eve 2017, 2018. Interesting. 1 year bear market ended around New Year's Eve 2018, 2019. Bull market ends around New Year's. Okay. It was November. But for the sake of comparison, it's about 3 years. December to November, about 3 years. For the sake of simplicity, around like New Year's Eve 2021, 2022. 1 year later, almost exactly 1 year later, bear market low is in. So you can kind of guess what I'm going to do now. We're going to go 3 years in advance. So we have November 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. And let's put it on around New Year's Eve. And maybe let's put one on November as well. Which once again, if we think about cycles, wouldn't it make sense? No, I mean, it makes sense. About a 3 year move up, a 1 year move down. About a 3 year move up, 1 year move down. About a 3 year move up, 1 year move down. Maybe this time it's different. Maybe it's not. We'll wait and see, and we will follow along. But I will not be surprised to see this bull market ending in the upcoming couple of months, based on the historic price section, based on the Elliott Wave count that I have here as well. I mean, it just fits with counting 1-2s here, counting your 4-5s. It just adds up. 1-2s, 4-5s, not yet have a finished bull market, because then we would be finished in August, which would be quite a bit earlier than when the bull market began on the 21st of November. So here we started January, ended in December. Started in December, ended in November. Started in November, ending in October. Ending the bull market in October, ending the bear market in October 2026. Starting the bull market October 2026, ending the bull market in September 2029. I mean, now, of course, I'm just doing the same thing in years in the future. But it's an interesting thought. So yeah, if this would be super cycle, you're not going to end here. This is just the beginning. If these are all the 1-2s, 1-2s, 1-2s that you see here and there, then you need a 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. We keep it in the back of our minds, but to me, counting all of this 1-2s since the low here, it doesn't have the highest probabilities. I don't know. It just doesn't really make too much sense at the moment. So yeah, moon talk for me. Yo, second time now, eh? Okay. Quick scroll. Can you give us a little introduction about the Elliott Wave subscription? I saw that there's more to come, which I love, and a lot more things. Yes. 1 second here. Are there any book recommendations for learning Elliott Wave from the basics to the advanced? Yeah, the compendium, which is still coming. I mean, the generally best known book is Elliott Wave Principle, which is written by Robert Prechter and colleague, but by Prechter and Frost and Prechter. But it's not necessarily very specific in each wave structure and what to look for. It gives you general guidelines, but it's not very to the point necessarily, with like zigzag fib targets, fib retracement targets, volume in the wave, like those to the point type of things. But it at least gives you a bit of history and more like a textbook about where does Elliott Wave come from, the different structures, some general guidelines. They talk about Fibonacci and the math behind Fibonacci as well. So it's an interesting one to have. And I think if you really want to be an Elliott Wave analyst, it's like one of those books you really want. It's just like, it's one that you want to have in your closet. But it's not really a book where you will learn things from basic to advanced, in my opinion. Because I don't know, it lacks that like let's say that transition with all of the details per structure that are very relevant in order to count Elliott waves in a practical way. And I guess that's maybe the best way I can say it is, it's not necessarily a practical book. It's more like a book, but not like a practical thing that you can really execute on. The compendium that we are creating is a practical book. It's not a textbook. We have some text, but it's all about as much information about the structures, everything on one page. The whole shebang. The structure, the volume, the fib targets, extension targets, the time targets, we have tips, we have guidelines, we have rules, we have all of that. It's on one page per structure. And then we have a lot more, because those are only 20 pages, one per structure pretty much, but we have over 60 pages of stuff in the compendium. So there's a lot more than just covering some structures. And I think something like this will be a lot more helpful. And of course, it's our book, our compendium. And, someone might think, he's just talking about his own thing. You don't need to buy it. I mean, you can just go somewhere else. I don't mind. I'm just thinking like, hey, if you want a source that can help you going from beginner to advanced with all the to-the-point information, then that's what we're creating. If you want more of a textbook and more of a general storyline to Elliott waves and general information about structures, Elliott wave principle, the combination might be very good. But yeah, I have not seen a book yet that like we are creating. I think Elliott wave principle is like that must-have book if you like Elliott waves. So the elite membership, yeah. So we have written some stuff on the Memberful website, and we also have some stuff here in the membership channel. Oh wait, my live stream is, so just a short, I don't really, it sounds very salesy if I do this stuff, which I don't really like, but here you can find information about Elite, and here you can see channels that we have. So Elite is all about education on Elliott waves, practice, get feedback and Q&A. The lounge is where we are active and talk about all sorts of stuff. People share things. I provide continuous updates on Bitcoin every morning, every day, also in the weekend most of the time. Altcoin updates as well. Trading talk, feedback and Q&A stuff here. Playlists with additional information. How to create your strategy, step-by-step plan, 6 steps to help you create your own personal trading plan. Some strategy-related content, strategy R&D, research and development, where people are creating their strategies. We have a chatting channel. So yeah, this all sits in Elite, and it's focused on helping people to create a plan, a strategy, and of course also learn more about Elliott waves, get more knowledge on Elliott waves, and get feedback from me, from the people there. There's great counters in there as well. But of course, I am mostly active there as well, even though I keep an eye on the whole Discord group. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff like in the different playlists that I have in the YouTube playlist channel. I have a playlist on Elliott waves where I have live streams of over 1 hour where I talk about Elliott waves and more. Also, hey, John Douglas, yo, they're working. They're working. Whoa, hey, that's cool. That was the first one I actually heard. That's nice. So John, welcome to the channel. Thanks for subbing, man. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so it works. Now I know it works. That's nice. So the donation one works from maybe Band-Aid, and the subscriber one works as well. So if someone subscribes, we now get that message. I didn't know if it was working because earlier nothing was working, but now it seems to work. So, so yeah, everything that we do there is education focused. It's focused on learning Elliott waves, It is focused on creating a plan, creating a strategy, engaging with, of course, other people on how do they do things, we do things, get feedback from me. I am there all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I also like to call them circles. Thanks to learn, I have a full-time job, but I've long been looking. Yeah, full-time job, of course, makes things more difficult. I mean, but that's, I suppose, like, if you want to build a business next to your work, you put in the hours before you go to work, or the weekends, or in the evenings. And then the question mainly becomes, how much do you want it? So if you, like, Elliott Waves will take some work, but there's no time limit. You can it can take years if you want to learn Elliott Waves. Some people pick it up very quickly, like Sam in the Discord group. Sam Brandy learned it in 1 year. Very actively involved in the group, asking questions and stuff, and he's very good now 1 year down the line. So it depends on your time horizon and what you're looking for. You can join, you can answer questions, get the basics done, then go out again, try yourself, and then improve, and then later come back to double check. That's also possible. You can be on YouTube, just watch my videos, be here during live streams, ask questions. I explain stuff, but it's important to put some time in, and that is where the weekends, evenings, or the early mornings, of course, come in. Yeah. Help him to help you. What's up, Bear a bit, man? How you doing? Dude? Nick Roney. Welcome, man. Good to have you here again. No one here can do TA like Koens. I've been doing it for 6 years now, especially for low time frame guys. He's the matrix. Yeah. I should change my YouTube name to Neo Trading. No, that's a joke. I mean, Elliott Waves, it just gives the edge that you have is being able to read the market. I don't know how to explain it better. Right? It's like reading it like a book. If you can identify a range as corrective or impulsive, corrective or motive, you have an advantage. And generally it requires some patience, but yeah, you'll be able to figure out, is a structure corrective, motive? Are we looking for a larger corrective structure, a shorter? And on the lower time frames, I don't like to go too low, like the 15-minute time frame. 1 hour time frame is as low as I like to go. And then yeah, I like to it's like puzzling. It's like playing a game. Maybe I think my gaming history is just, it helps in Elliott Waves. I like to puzzle. So Elliott Waves is like a puzzle every day. I wake up, we have some new information. In the hours that I've slept, I get back to the chart and get to work. But I appreciate your kind message, man. Yeah, thanks, Nick. Just giving my 2 cents, and hopefully it's helpful and valuable to people on the internet. Dumpy. Roland, how you doing? Welcome. South Africa. Oh yeah. South Africa for Daywald. Okay, yeah, so it's a similar time zone. Wait, if I go to South Africa, I should write Daywald a message. Of course, my wife is from South Africa, so I'm there regularly, but I've never met up with Daywald. I need to know where he lives, though. I'll shoot him a message, figure out where he lives, and then maybe I can visit, at least if he's in the south, as I'm more often in the south. Have you ever looked into the pi cycle cycle top indicator? I know about it, but I have not, it's not something that I use, actually. So can I find it like this? Pi cycle Bitcoin top indicator. I guess I have to go to a high time frame. I don't actually know. Pi cycle top. So it tells you it's relatively earlier, even though I would not count this as the cycle top, to be honest. I count this as the cycle top, and then a wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, both from a time perspective and Elliott wave perspective. but still a significant dump afterwards. When does it appear on the chart? Because now we can see it has the cycle top here. The question is, when does it appear on the chart? Does it appear the moment the weekly candle is closing? Is it only appearing when price already dumped 50%? So I don't use the indicator. I don't know the answer to the question. If it is very, very accurate, in the weakest closing, it says P cycle top, and like it has an accuracy. I don't know, of course, the previous ones because my chart here doesn't go further back. But if it is accurate, the week closes and it's on, then it can be relevant. But if it pops up after a couple of weeks of downwards movement, it's not really valuable. Another thing I'm wondering is, can you get a P cycle top indication when price is here as well, but then price continues, it gets removed, and you get another one? Like, are there like false positives basically? I don't know. I've never used it. Show moving. Oh, is it based on moving averages? Let me have a look here. Based on move. So the Pi cycle. Okay, so that is where red crossed the green. This is where red crossed a green. We are far away from crossing green, that's for sure. Green is currently at 191. So if we would follow the lines that we have here, we might not even get to the green line, by the way. Interesting, because we don't have a Pi cycle top yet. But if we are looking at the impulse up, like 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5, get another 4, and a final wave 5 might get close to the green line. But in the previous bull market, this is counted as a 4. This is counted as a 5. A final leg up from an Elliott wave point of view, and then this is counted as a WXY. But anyway, the final leg up in 5 did not actually reach the green line. This is the Pi cycle top though, because the lines crossed, and we don't have a cross yet. So that makes it quite interesting to consider, okay, would we go to the green line? Are we going to cross it? Yes or no? We got relatively close here, but yeah, you can see that there's a gap here before it then crosses later. Big gap here as well as here before then the cross comes here. And here you can see that there's been a consistent gap. I mean, we got quite close here, but that's it. So yeah, how well can we compare? Arguably, this move up would mimic this from a line perspective. We got quite close. We get quite close. Lines expand here. We get a big dump. Get a big dump. Okay. Widens. Get to move down. The lines are widening, I suppose. Then afterwards, you get to push up. Move down. Afterwards, you get to push up. You're going to reach the green line. Yes. Red, you drag red along, and then you're going to... But that's then that's later. So that's yeah. So you're first going to get the big move down. I mean, it would make sense from an Elliott wave point of view. Interesting. Yeah, so I don't use this. I'm just looking at it now for the first time and trying to see how it works, but... What's going on? Sudden crash? No, I mean, price. Oh, wait, the indicator. Let me remove it. So price moving down locally. No problem. So as per the analysis yesterday and earlier today, we're looking at a larger corrective structure preferably. Now, I would like price to eventually touch 115 because there's just a nice pocket of resistance there. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking for a larger corrective structure anyway. WXY has higher probabilities than the impulse, as per the analysis earlier in the live stream. But also yesterday in the video, I didn't actually even cover an impulse, but we're looking for a larger corrective structure basically, and seeing a move to the downside locally here just like increases the probabilities for that to be true. I would still, I mean, I would just like price to actually turn around at like areas of resistance like we have at 115. So we almost took out the high. Almost. Oh wait, we might actually look for support now. So can still get a WXY in here. 15-minute time frame. So that's your ABC flat structure. That's your first part, second part, third part. Finish X, move up with a zigzag in a wave Y, touch resistance. Wouldn't that be interesting? But then we need to move down to slow down. We needed to slow down, and we have a bit of overlap here. Go to the 5-minute time frame. So a bit of an overlapping start. You can see it increasing. You can already see that we slowly lose the momentum because the candles are becoming smaller. But I would like to see larger structures in time. So even though we see a little bit of a curve, I like to then see a little bit of like this. Right? And then touch the support, get a bit of a grind here. And that's your typical impulse again. Overlap, quick move down, overlap, touch support, area of interest, look at least for a bounce. Corrective or impulsive. If impulsive, look for new highs. If corrective, look for lows. So it's interesting. This move down just decreases probabilities for the bulls more. Bulls being, by the way, I'm talking different time frames here, but this scenario. General probabilities are higher that this is corrective, meaning zooming out on a daily, weekly time frame, we're preferably looking for another all-time high and more upside. But locally, probabilities are higher. We're not yet finished with a corrective structure. So I'm just looking for something bigger. So, yeah. The top will be in Q4 2025. Yeah, it makes sense. It's interesting around that Q4, maybe just Q1, but yeah. What do you think of the time analysis? I like time. I love time. I use time, FIB time a lot. So I enjoy time, but I use time in relationship with Elliott waves mainly. I'm not really a cycle analyst. I don't really know how people call it, where they look at all the past cycles. I don't generally do that, but I do use time a lot. I think it's very valuable. I would love to learn more about GUN, to be honest. White rabbit trading, understand how I trade them and how I trade them would be good. Yeah. If you want to, like, by the way, white rabbit trading is Beerabit, guys. And if you would join Discord, then you will see these channels, Beerabit Updates and Beerabit Lounge, very active. And Beerabit, White Rabbit Trading, has its own channels. Very unique way of analysis. Very interesting. So you can check it out there. Why is my mod channels red? Oh, thanks, Odin. Thanks for the tag. Yeah, the Liquid Mafia post. Of course, there's also the potential of indeed a finished WXY here, and that's your WXY. But preferably then I would like to see a flat in an ABC to finish the blue X later. Touch the area of like the target area plus finish after the vertical line. If you do take out the lows now, I would like to see a flat. Just because of time. There you go. Time. Wait, I should keep up with chat. Should we use 3-wave down? So I already explained a little bit on how I would approach the local move to the downside with a potential trade. But you can have a larger, so A, running flat B, C could be your W, X, and Y that's finished. And then you want impulse down, correction up, continuation down. Alternatively, you can have a larger wave X and then get wave Y up. Wave X in that case is then flat X, might X here, and then ABC, you could get another flat here in a Y. Flat X flat is definitely a possibility. Alternatively, Y becomes a zigzag ABC to finish wave Y. They have a flat X zigzag, finish Y, and then move up. But the approach locally is relatively similar between the two. It's just about the bounce towards the upside. You know, is it corrective? Is it going to be impulsive? We have to wait a little bit, but it's a solid move to the downside, and we do have some support down here. Preferably still looking for lower. Couple of 1-2s undoubtedly here. Get your 3 down. Get a couple of wave 4s and 5s. Blah, blah, blah. Grind, grind, grind. Area of support, area of support. Look for price to create a bit of a bounce in those areas, at least after you get this, which maybe by the end of the day, Central European time zone, we might see some 4-5s. Arguably, it might take a bit longer. I'm not sure if I like this as an ABC and now price reverses in a V shape. If it does, I'm not interested. And I won't be part of a new move. But yeah, is my chart? Yeah, my chart's open. How do you keep healthy as a trader? Do you sport, smoke, drink? So I don't drink, I don't smoke. But I think that's also my surroundings, my family, the way I grew up. No one smokes in my family. They do drink in my family. Like my parents, my dad likes to have a beer or wine. My mom is French, so you know. But I never really enjoyed the taste of beer. And I guess in general, that kind of put me off drinking in general. Now, I do sometimes have a cocktail because I like the sweeter stuff. I just don't really like the bitter stuff. Not a big fan of wine as well. So I rarely ever drink. I usually drink water, and that's it. We never have soda in the house. We don't buy Coca-Cola. We don't buy iced tea or that sort of stuff. Only if we have guests over. Because we do realize that guests, we can give them a couple of options. But the interesting thing is that even if we have guests, if we then open a bottle of Coca-Cola, for example, once the guests leave and it's not finished, it's in the fridge for like weeks until eventually like we probably throw it away or whatever. So we are not big fans of just drinking that, both me and my wife. I'm talking for us both. So we eat healthy. Now, keeping healthy, I think it's about routine as well. So my routine now on a daily basis, it always changes a little bit, but my routine at the moment is we go to bed at like 9:30, aim to sleep around 10, and then wake up between 5, 5:30. Then in the morning, I study. And I study all sorts of stuff. I just like to learn. So currently I'm learning more about marketing because it's actually very interesting, the psychology behind it and that sort of stuff. So I'm learning more about marketing, but I can learn about different stuff. It's just what I find interesting, and I do a free course or a paid course or whatever. So in the morning I'm studying, and I study from like 5 or half past 5 till about like 6:45, 7. Then at 6:45, 7, my wife and I walk to the beach because she wakes up a little bit later. We go to the beach, then we just sit there, and we can easily sit there for like just watching the sunrise, sit there for 20, 30 minutes, chill, relax, watching the sunrise, seeing people on the beach. Then we come back, have breakfast. After breakfast, I start my analysis. I'm going to check the Elliott Wave stuff. I'm going to check my horizontal levels. Then I write an update in the Silver Updates. I still call it Silver, in the Elite membership. So in the updates channel on Telegram and in Discord, I write what I'm looking for, probabilities. I write the whole thing. Once I've done that, I generally record a YouTube video, which can sometimes take a while, sometimes not. But then I record, I aim to then record a YouTube video. So beach, come back, have breakfast, analysis, post in the updates, make a video. After the Bitcoin video, if I still have time, so I do other stuff after 11:30. That's like a hard cutoff. Oh, and by the way, preparing for trades is included in the analysis part, because if I do the analysis for YouTube, then I also do the analysis for myself. So I know what I'm looking for and that sort of stuff by doing the analysis. So what if I record the video and it's easy flowing and I record it quickly, then I go into alts and I'll have a look at different alt charts and I'll check, okay, which alt has like a bit of like solid price action on the chart, not like all messy and all bad, but at least has some sort of a structure. And you know, what can I talk about? So I look at different alts, see which ones look okay, make a video about, like, do analysis, because it takes time doing good analysis, right? I won't be able to upload 20 videos in a day because the quality would be absolutely shit. So high quality is preferred. So then I go into alts, check the alt chart, do analysis, update the elite members on the alt, write everything, write the probabilities, different scenarios, what I'm looking for, record the alt video. If I still have time and it's still not 11:30, I will record another video if I can. But once 11:30 hits, I will slowly stop what I'm doing. I then go and have lunch or get a baguette and make lunch, or eggs or whatever, or my wife maybe made something. So I'll have lunch, then I do sports, I'll do fitness, or I go run at about noon. Then when I come back, which like 1:30, 2 p.m., depends how long my workout is, I come back, take a shower. So I really prioritize my health, right? Like there's no way I don't go to the gym or do some sort of sports. And by the way, on Wednesday, it's sauna day. So that's recovery day, actually. And in the weekend, I don't generally go to the gym much because of recovery as well. But then afternoon is working on projects, potentially live streaming like I do now, because I didn't make any videos in the morning because I had an appointment in the morning, so I wasn't really able to record anything. But then in the afternoon, I work on projects. I always have Discord open, but then I work on the compendium, work on paperwork stuff, other business related stuff, meeting with Jeroen sometimes at 5 p.m. to do hexaplan stuff or compendium stuff. And then usually by the end of the day, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., I'm in like the wrapping up phase where I have agenda notifications as well. It says today at 5 p.m. team communication is every day is the same. But then 6, 7 p.m. I'm slowly starting to wrap things up and look at I have my notebook here. And in my notebook, I always write the to-dos of the next day, like what do I have on the agenda, some reminders, maybe not even work related. And then in the morning, early morning, if I forgot anything, I'll write it as well. Like what am I going to do today, priorities. And then usually after 7 p.m., I try to do as little as possible. So generally after 7 p.m., I go back to studying, or I go for a walk with the wife as well. I mean, it can be both. We will have dinner. I occasionally also like to watch Trackmania live streams, in particular Spam, because it's someone I know very well. Spam is Tim Luneburg on Twitch. He's called Spammy. He's probably live actually at the moment. So generally at 7 p.m. where there's a cup in Trackmania called Cup of the Day. And I used to be a Trackmania professional player, hence the controller that I have behind me here. That's my controller that I used for years. And so I sometimes like to have a stream on and have some Trackmania while doing some other stuff on my other screen. And then eventually after dinner and stuff, a bit of relaxing, maybe read a bit and go to bed. Studying in the morning and studying in the evening can also mean reading books. I do have books. Currently I have this one here. It's about marketing. Yeah, it's interesting. All my other books are actually in the in the closet on the other side. So I mean, notebooks, and so I have notebook and another notebook, and these are multiple notebooks. So you know, like I like to write as well when studying stuff. So yeah, that's how I keep healthy. And yeah, I mean, we eat healthy. I tend to eat whole foods, not processed, and my wife as well. And yeah, I guess that basically answers the question. What time frame do you execute on if it's not a secret? No, absolutely. Usually the 1 hour. The 1 hour is my favorite. Oh, there's a website as well. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know. I know watch your crazy comeback video when you mentioned this a while back. It's one of the most viewed videos on my other YouTube channel. Wait. Wait. Well, we are now in like the chatting and Q&A part of the live stream, clearly. So yeah, Kunstrak Mania. Here's the World Championships. This is in French, 9 years ago. Oh man. By the way, can you see my controller here? No, you can't because it's under the table. This is my controller in that video. Yeah. I still have it with a rubber. I mean, it's a rubber silicon thing on the stick because of grip with a pattern as well. You can see the, come on camera. Yeah, so the pattern on the stick, you can see it. But the other one, that's the one I used. That one broke, so I it's in the bin, but I wanted to keep one for the memes. And this is like silicon as well for grip, because when you're playing on stages, it gets very warm because of the lights. And yeah, so it gets very warm when you're on a stage playing in front of thousands of people and you start to sweat, and then the rubber gives you grip because the controller itself is very slippery. So yeah, so this is third at the World Championships. And I don't know, there's a bunch of like, yeah, this is my other channel, Koens. So some Call of Duty videos. Oh, how I miss Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. I still have it. I still have it on my Windows. Oh, that's not the chat. That's OBS. Here's the chat. I still have Modern Warfare 2 on my other laptop. But yeah, I mean, I gotta say on PC, it's not that difficult to find a game. But yeah, there's still quite, there's quite some hacked games and stuff. My comment is hidden. Oh, maybe because it is, there's a banned word in your comment. Scammers tend to use words like repetitively, and we ban the words to automatically remove or at least avoid them commenting on our videos. So maybe try using some different words, should work. Can you use replay mode? Yeah, I don't actually really use that too often, gotta say. Where can I find your practical book? It's coming soon. Should be out in November or December. We're working very hard on it. But before the end of the year. Sibel, how you doing? Welcome. Sibel is a rapper, everyone. I always got to say it. I actually wonder, Sibel, I mean, if you are an artist, of course, and like she is an artist and makes music. If you do have a Spotify page, I'm happy to share the Spotify page. Legendario, Sibel. It's been a minute. Morning. Exactly. Rivaldi. Manipulation, can't keep up, got liquidated. Sorry to hear, man. Before you jump into another trade or put money in your account, right? Focus on the plan, because of course something went wrong. You didn't use a stop loss. First of all, losing or getting liquidated is never fun. But once the annoyance and the anger or whatever, the emotion is gone, reflect on the trade. What went wrong? Why did it happen? Why didn't I use a stop loss? What was my risk? Should I have taken 1% risk instead of the whole portfolio, in case that's the case? I don't know, of course. But try to figure out what happened, because in the end, it will help you to perfect your trading plan to avoid, of course, the things from happening, which is, of course, never fun. We all want to win all the trades, but yeah. Trading psychology is incredibly important, and a lot of trades lose because of the psychology aspect. Oversizing, fear of losing out, fear of taking, even fear of taking profits, but also fear of losing, moving the stop loss further and further and further away because you're like, it's going to turn around now. It's going to turn around. Hopefully you're good, man. How's things going? Yeah, I'm doing good. Everything is good here. So everything is moving forward. Compendium, getting towards the final. I mean, we're in the final stage now of the compendium, so that's positive. Hexa plan is going well. YouTube channel reached 20K, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, I never expected when we started that 20,000 people would be interested in listening to my analysis, but I mean, here we are. So it's really, really awesome. Thank you all for being here, of course, as well, like during the live streams and such, like really cool. So no, I mean, it's going well, and the projects in the background are doing well. Life in general, it's good stuff. How are you? And how's the music? I really I'm interested. Dutchy, what's up, Pac-Man? How you doing, man? Yeah. Also, be aware of high leverage. So, I mean, generally it's related to making money quick or a form of greed. But of course, we don't know really what happened. Maybe it was part of your plan and you use your liquidation as a stop loss, but then you don't liquidate your whole account, of course. Just that particular trade, maybe 1% of your portfolio. But generally, I use stop losses. But I think the more like common sense risk management things that one should use is when you're trading, first of all, use low leverage, not high leverage. Second, only risk one, maximum 3% per trade. The moment you go above 3%, it's very likely that at some moment in time, your account is going to get liquidated because of a losing streak. And you can go to David Paul online. David Paul is, I think he passed away now, but he was a trader and analyst, not necessarily Elliott Wave, but he has some great videos on how the percentages work with different win rates and the chances of getting a losing streak and then eventually getting liquidated. If you use a too high risk percentage, sooner or later, you're going to get a losing streak because it's just statistics. It's part of your plan. Losing is part of your plan. Winning is part of your plan. No plan gives a 100% win rate. You can get a win streak with your plan, but you can also undoubtedly at some time get a losing streak, even though you execute the exact same way, the same entry requirements, same exit rules and take profit rules and trade management rules. Everything is the same. You're still going to get a losing streak at some point. 1, 2, 3, 5, how many losses? And if you risk too much of your portfolio per trade, that losing streak will put you out the game. It will liquidate your account. Now, what generally happens is people with smaller account sizes tend to risk more because of the money element, not percentage. They don't think in 1% of $100 is 1. Okay, that's good. 1, 2, 3 risk to reward, getting 3%, $3 on a $100 account. Wow, that's great. That was a great trade. They're like, fuck, only $3? Fuck, I should at least double my account with this trade. Boom, 100x leverage, boom, liquidate it, put another 100 in, etc. The story repeats. So it's more like if you can create good habits, good fundamentals, good plan, and good risk management, the account size doesn't matter, but it will grow. 100 becomes 200, 500,000, and more and more and more. But one needs good risk management and a plan. And so stop loss, at least take a trade with a 1 to 2 minimum risk-reward ratio, risk 1 to 3 max in percent. Use a stop loss. Know where you're wrong, right? That's why you use the stop loss. Know where your trading setup is invalidated. Know where you want to take profit or partial take profit, and decide all of this upfront, so that when the moment is there to execute, you're not doubting yourself anymore. Is it not? Is it not? No, you prepare your trading setup, like in the morning. I mean, I like the morning when I wake up. You prepare your potential trading setup based on what you expect to see. If price gives you that, you just execute. You already prepared. You already know what you're looking for. So it's mainly about executing. If you haven't prepared, then everything becomes on the spot. But on the spot, you might be influenced by emotion, and some of the things you would usually do with your plan might go out the window because you're not really thinking straight. So take care, right? Risk management is incredibly important. Trading psychology is important. And I actually have a video about that in the educational content, which is this one here. Trading psychology. Very important video. Look. But yeah, like Nick Roney says as well, we all feel your pain, because not gonna lie, I think most of the people have been there at some point, either liquidated or having big losses, and then at that moment in time think, this is not for me. Yeah, everything is manipulated. All of that comes up, of course. But yeah, take care, take a bit of a break, reflect, improve, come back. Do you speak French? Big balls on my team. Welcome. Basic French. I definitely need to improve, but I speak a bit. I can, basic conversations. You can pull the puff pause. Living the Jeff Bezos life. Yeah, I mean, what's his wealth now? I don't know. Elon and Jeffy, what, 80 billion or something? I don't know. Okay, we're not there yet. Secret market maker group sell-off measures. Yeah, exactly. Do you only swing trade? I mean, for me, the 1 hour is not necessarily swings. I can, of course, hold on to a trade for a couple of days on a 1 hour. Sometimes it goes quick, sometimes not. But for me, swing trading is more like weeks. And that's not really, I guess I am in between day and swing trading. I'm not on a daily basis usually going in and out, but also because of the stuff I do outside of trading, which requires attention. And if I would day trade, it just takes too much time that I don't have. I want to put it in other stuff. If we want to finish the compendium, takes time, takes attention. So I would say I'm in between day and swing most of the time. So yeah, generally I'm not really in a trade for many weeks, but I'm also not generally in one day going in and out. Oh, another question. I actually wonder, is the elite membership explanation on the website maybe not sufficient, or in Discord? Because I'm happy to explain the elite membership, no problem at all. But people mainly are watching, of course, not for me to talk about the memberships really. So of course this is what it includes, and here's all the channels. But I just wonder if there's a way that we can provide better information, so that people really know what's included. This is in Discord, but if you, I guess, Jeroen, if you go to the website, oh wait, oh okay, no, this is the other link. We have another link in the here. Wait, membership. Yeah. This should be the same, right? But yeah, so I'm not really a very salesy person, but I guess in a nutshell, on the website it doesn't show. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so I mean, in general, we have many channels. It's focused on Elliott Wave education, giving feedback, creating a plan and strategy, and yeah, the lounge is the most active channel. That's where we usually hang out with all of us. Updates. I provide Bitcoin updates every day during the day, with full reports in the morning, sharing my thoughts. This is where I always am in the morning, where I provide a lot of stuff. Altcoin updates as well. Then we have trading talk, more related to trading plans and, you know, improving people's plans. Feedback and Q&A, which is always related to questions over here, answering questions from people and answering their charts and whatnot. YouTube playlists with multiple playlists, additional Elliott Wave education, other stuff there as well, not just Elliott Waves. Strategy, develop your strategy, how to develop your strategy according to a systematic plan, strategy content related to, I share my journal that I like to use, or different journals actually. So there's lots of stuff going on here. AGGR stuff, which is templates for AGGR with CVD, and we have a voice channel as well. So yeah, it's really fun. lot going on. Do you solidly trade options? I trade futures and spots, but yeah, not options. Donkey, Theo, how are you doing? Bye, donkey. What is your fixed entry? I guess this is trading. No, this is not the membership. So how do I enter my trades? I don't really like to go in too specific detail, but in general, I mean, I actually already mentioned earlier how I would trade an impulse to the upside, not the highest probabilities. But I explained earlier in the stream why I would short here and how I would approach it with an area of resistance after some 4-5s. I have different ways of entering. I can trade purely Elliott Waves according to probabilities and their invalidations. I can trade impulses that are ending with the 4s and the 5s or the 1-2s. Trading in ranges, corrective or impulsive. If probabilities are higher to be corrective, I'm interested in longing. So of course, on a higher time frame, probabilities are higher. This is corrective. The thing is, probabilities are higher. We're not yet finished. So unless I can get high probabilities of something finished here, I'm not really interested in longing for a longer swing trade yet, for example, to look for all-time highs. But I can still trade on the lower time frames and go in and out there. But yeah, I have like my papers here. What's this? My little like map, I suppose. And yeah, here I have, it's literally written here, trading strategy, Koens trading, entries. And then I have 3 different methods of entering. Then I have an exits area as well, where I have 3 different bullet points on exits. And then I have trade management with 2 bullet points on a trade management. And that is this literally my trading plan on half a paper of A4. Is that even English? Half A4. Yeah, whatever, you know what I mean. So, yeah. And everything you see me use in videos and live streams is also what I use in trading. Elliott Waves, fibs, time, horizontal support resistance areas, CVD, half A4 is A5. Yeah, okay, but I'm not that smart. I've never used A5. Or, I mean, I guess I do with like the notebook, but I don't know it's A5. For me, it's like notebook, you know what I mean? Yeah, okay. True. Could you recap? What did I miss? Probabilities are higher for a corrective structure to not yet be finished. WXY, higher probabilities compared to the bullish scenario till proven otherwise. And the bearish scenario, lower probabilities, as per video a couple of days ago, which would be a multi 1-2 to the downside, followed by a very large wave 3. too much lower prices, so lower probabilities. So I'm just looking for a more like a larger corrective structure. Preferably wave X though finishes above 113.8 at some point and after the 8th of September 2025. I got the book. Okay, cheers, Philippe. Cheers. Yeah, probably it won't really get you from like beginner to advanced, but I guess the book that we are developing is going to be a very nice, to the point, concrete, concise book in addition to what EWP is. Youssef, unlike the past, there are institutions, so the chart is more reasonable and fits more important than before when individuals were in control. Possibly, I don't really notice a difference myself, but yeah, price moves as it moves. We just count the waves. Is he still live or again live? Oh no, he's still live. We're already live for, wait, how? 2 hours and 43 minutes. Yo, look at that. Last macro, two-way force were traced to the 302, then 23, which makes sense. 14.6, yeah, 14.6 is at 95. Definitely an area of interest. Is the book for free? Elliott Wave Principle is from Frost and Prechter, so that's like $20, I think, but that's a book, not a compendium. So a book and a compendium are two very different things in the book world. A compendium, by nature, is more expensive because of the coloring, the designs, just the general work involved. And the book is not going to be free. We will have a we are developing a free, not like a free part of the compendium, but we are developing something related to the compendium that we will provide for free, but the compendium itself will just be a paid product. It's not going to be free because in the end it's completely separate from memberships and YouTube. It's just an individual product. At some point in the future we can like combine stuff, but like we're not thinking about that at the moment. So the book is going to be a separate thing. And yeah, I don't know, maybe at some point if people buy the book they can get discount on other products, but I haven't thought that far just yet. So for now it's just a separate product with its own price. Yeah. I mean, shallow wave 4 less than 40 is very unlikely. What do you think? I mean, the 14.6 is at 95. There is support at 96, which is a high time frame range point of control. So definitely an area of interest. The high time frame point of control down here, 96. Yeah. In that case, like let's see if price would. Let me use the magnet here from the tippy top to the low. If price would move up to 115, if that's the rejection area for a sharp double zigzag WXY, okay, so you get, you get your W, you get your X, and you look for a Y zigzag ABC. Your common target area is around 97.9 to 93.8 in confluence with the 96.5K area. Now, what I think would be very interesting from maybe more a psychology point of view is people, of course, love that 100 round number. Maybe see it as like a final area of support for the bull market because 100K and blah-de-blah, the importance. Dropping below 100K installs probably some more fear in the market, one can imagine, which provides some liquidity. So that could be interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, in that case, X would need to reject that 115, then get a zigzag to the downside, and then 96 is interesting. It will take a while, though. I mean, the weekend is coming now as well. It's Friday. Generally, the weekend is more like a ranging structure, no impulsive structures. So during the weekend, we can expect price to just be in this block here and not go anywhere, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do this and go back in. You can do this and go back in. I don't really expect any impulsive moves. Yeah. Yep. Still live, and Odin's still here. How does Elliott Wave take random news events into major event like? Well, the beauty about Elliott Waves is that it actually So I mean, this sounds a bit especially like, how can I explain this? So I don't want to let me start like this. Everyone has their own style of analysis, and fundamental analysis and analysts that follow news found their way of trading, and I respect that. And I think if you're a great fundamental analyst and you can make it work and you're very successful, that's amazing. In the book Market Wizards, which I recommend to everyone, you can see that any strategy can work. Purely technical, fundamental and technical, purely fundamental. It doesn't matter. Everything can work. I'm a technical trader. Elliott Waves is not related to news. Elliott Waves, in how I basically analyze the chart, would predict the news. Of course, you don't know what the news is going to be, but you can predict the movement based on the probabilities Elliott Waves gives. And then the news, 99 times out of 10, of 100, moves in the direction we were expecting anyway. So it's like a catalyst. I mean, my English sometimes. So, for example, oh my God, Trump became president. Yeah, okay, that's very nice. So if Trump became president here and people bought here because Trump became president, they missed out on about 30%. If you go back to my, wait, I actually have that video. Wait. No. Where is it? I think it's in this playlist. Oh yeah, here, this one. If you go to this live stream, 3 hours in length, big one. But if you go to this live stream, streamed a year ago, apparently, from empty chart to full plan, where I analyze this range. So this low was made, I think price was somewhere here, around 60K. If you watch that video, by the end of that video and my analysis, I say the probabilities are highest, the low is in, and we are looking for price to continue to the upside to new all-time highs. So, yeah. So we were looking for all-time highs anyway. And the fact that Trump here became president didn't do anything with regards to the analysis that we were looking for the all-time high to be taken anyway. It happens at the moment you take out the all-time high, okay, but it still took out the all-time high, and based on Elliott Waves, we were looking for price to take out the all-time high. So then, chicken or the egg, what comes first? Now, yeah, I mean, so I guess anything can work, and I very much respect any other style of analysis because I know how difficult it is to make a good plan and analyze the markets. So and I have my thing, but for me, Elliott Waves predicts the direction of news, and it doesn't matter what the news is; it's the directional bias that we have. And I guess if you're on the channel for a long time, you'll probably know that the probabilities shared in the content most of the time are in line with whatever the news is showing anyway. So yeah, in the end, Elliott Waves, of course, is more like a predictive tool on are we going up or down, and what's the probabilities of taking out the all-time high or going further to lower prices or continuing a range. News can give volatility to the market. Right? News can give an extra bunch of volatility. However, still Elliott Waves can predict that movement up front. This candle, you can go back to my content, like 21st of August, 22nd of August, when price was down here. I said probabilities, and you can go back. It's literally, it's on my channel. I said probabilities here are lower for a multi-1-2. I'm looking for a move up. Those were the probabilities. You get this candle up. I think it was news related. Okay, that's cool. But we were looking for price to move up anyway. So then what is it? Chicken or the egg, right? So in the end, if a fundamental analyst is trading with success and a technical one as well, then who cares what comes first, as long as we're both happy. So that's why I respect fundamental analysts. And I actually, arguably, I respect them even more because honestly, I have no clue how on earth someone can trade news. But then again, it's also definitely not my expertise and something I enjoy. So I don't look at the news. The only thing I care about is the time. The red numbers here give me an idea of, okay, there might be some volatility, but I don't know what all of this means and what it does. I just know the US is big market, time important, maybe there might be some volatility. I better be prepared with regards to trades. But yeah, so so yeah, news indeed. News would be random, but for us, it's just playing out as it's supposed to be, basically. Do you have long-term investments? Yes. Your high time frame predictions are quite accurate. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, at some moment we shared a short on my YouTube channel. Maybe I can quickly find it. Oh, wait. This one, you got to check out this short. So I know you don't hear the sound because I deactivated sound in OBS, but when price was moving down on Ethereum to 1K, we made the video of like months ago already. Ethereum low in soon, might be bottoming here when price was moving down to 1 point something K. Which was cool. And then a little bit later, we were with ETH low could be in, look for a wave 1, 2, 5K question, and then 5K and then 10 and 20 is question mark. So yeah, that was a high time frame, a great success. I also have a Bitcoin one somewhere. Oh, here. Hey, Obelix, thanks for your support. Yo, dude, appreciate it, man. Now you have a badge in front of your name again as well. Yo, cheers. So of course, like when someone either becomes a subscriber, a member, or donates, I get a sound notification, but it's not played to the stream because it can be annoying. So I heard the notification. I'm so happy it works. That's a big plus. So yeah, cheers, Obelix. And of course, you can see on the other side, like that side in the other corner over here in the screen, you get like, oh, Obelix, thanks for your support. So cheers, Obelix. Appreciate it, man. Now you have a badge. You have a green name now. All the green names disappeared when we moved from YouTube memberships to memberful memberships because it's just much better. But you'll have a green name again. So here we had another short. I don't know, was it this one here? Whoa. Oh yeah, in 2023, October 13th, I always read all the comments and I reply to all the comments, or Jeroen, but generally we reply to everything. And I got a comment on a video of 2023. I was like, wait, why is someone going that back? And then the comment was pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. So basically it's the old high time frame analysis from a long time ago, where we were looking for price to move towards the upside, and the target would be between March, October, like 2025 for the next bull market high. Of course, now we have a bit more information and we would prefer maybe like November, Feb, but it's back in the day, great estimation. And then from a price perspective, we are now inside the area, the target area of the video, which was, I don't know exactly, where's this 618? It was like between, give me a little bit of price. I think that's like between like 100K and 170K or something, like the 618 and the 786. Man, I should have put prices here on my chart, but we're currently in that area. And this was when price was at, I don't know, like 20 something K the moment I made the video. Yeah, 26.8K. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Yeah, there's a like, I don't know if everyone watches the shorts. Generally we don't really give notifications for the shorts because people mainly watch the normal videos. But there's also educational videos in here, like we have educational shorts, analysis shorts, you know, WXYs here, fibs, all sorts of stuff. It's very interesting. Lachlan does a great job. He's the editor. The only way to trade news is with insider information. Dave, how you doing? How's Jim? Always got to ask how's Jim? Yo, are you reaching your goals for this year? Yeah, nice to see you here, man. Hope you're good. Yeah, Alex O. I recently actually spoke to Alex O when I was on the live stream of, what was it? Was it TradeFly? We were there with a bunch of people. Yeah, Vivaldi. Yeah, of course, as mentioned earlier in the stream, you know, take a step back, analyze. So now, of course, emotions are high, but in a couple of days, analyze what went wrong and put some time in creating a plan. Especially, so like, you know, a good trading plan, low risk, based on data. Check out this video, Trading Psychology. Check out this one here for creating a plan, the 6 steps to building a trading plan, right? And I think Hexa plan is going to be something that will be useful for you, but it's not there yet. But, I've gotten my blue badge. Yeah, I mean, people can still get their blue badge. So you didn't lose your badge. So if people like, there's only one YouTube membership now because the normal memberships are now memberful. But if people become a YouTube member, which is just like thanks for the support, then people get their badge back. So it doesn't reset. It doesn't reset. So someone that was blue gets blue. If someone had green, it gets green, and it just continues counting from there. But yo, Obelix, back with the green name. Yeah, now I recognize you again. Now I know who I'm talking to. Still blue. Yeah. Okay. At the gym right now, week 94 almost complete. Yo, banger, this guy. Beast, week 94. That's incredible, man. Consistency gets the results, eh? Consistency, discipline. Congrats, man. I go to the gym again tomorrow as well. I actually went to a new gym. So after moving to France, was at a gym for 1 year. Was great, but I like variety. And there was another gym, great view, amazing view. And they have an outside section as well on the roof, and it's like a calisthenics area where they have like a whole monkey bar setup that goes up and down, and they have a rope, and they have like the rings, and that's like that's the stuff that I really love, like obstacle running type of stuff. So I did a workout there yesterday, but I don't know, like something happened with my leg, but I don't really know what happened. So I let it rest a little bit today, and then tomorrow I go back. So. Yo, cheers, Parth. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for popping in as well. So, yeah, in the end, all about having a good plan, right? So the thing is, in the beginning, people love to use the word manipulation, of course, when things are just not working out. But bottom line, as annoying as this is going to sound, it's mainly the plan. It's the consistency. It's the data you have about the plan. So you need to develop a plan and based on data. Because if you build a plan based on data that you collect from TradingView, you will know your best risk to reward ratio with the tools you like to use, your win rate, where do you put your stop loss. That's all stuff that you will figure out in the months that you work on building a plan. And it's not an easy process. It can take a while. Depends on the tools someone likes to use. But if you have a plan based on data, you'll see that things work out very well, and you'll probably avoid manipulation because you're like, oh, it's just a market, it moves up and down and no problem. Yeah, you're a ninja warrior. I actually never participated in Ninja Warriors. I think that's an event, no, but I do obstacle runs, yes. That's where I got this medal, man. Yo, I'm very proud of Dave. Now Dave can be very proud of me. Wait. So this medal is from, let's see if you guys can read it. Iron Viking. And this was in 2023. And let's see if you can read this. Might be a bit more challenging. No. So what it says there, so this is the Iron Viking, which in the Netherlands it's basically the toughest marathon in the world, in a nutshell. So you run 42 kilometers. However, you do so, and it says on the medal, but it's too small, 42 plus kilometers, 100 plus obstacles. So you run 42 kilometers about, and then you do over 100 obstacles. And obstacles is the Olympic, like Olympus balls, monkey bars, climbing, jumping, swimming, the rings. There was even a cold plunge bath as well, where you had to go, like, what's that? The Tim Hof, I think the guy is. And then you had to jump in, go underneath, and continue, and rope climbing, slides, movable objects where you hold on like to you hold on to the bar, and then you have to hop to the next bar. So yeah, I mean, this is my it's the biggest sports achievement that I have ever done. It's by far the toughest event. The last few kilometers, I couldn't run anymore. My knees were gone. Like, especially my right knee. My right knee was done. So let me just put it here. I'll hang it later. So this is a very, very nice medal. I'll probably never do it again. Like, not 42. 42 is pushing it. I think, like, I've done obstacle runs of 21, which I think is a very nice distance. You still do all of the obstacles that the event has when you do 21. When you start to do 42, you do double, like you do multiple, like some obstacles you'll do double, basically. Because generally they have a 21, 14, and 7 kilometer route. So you first do 21, then you do 14, then 7. So you're like repeating some exercises, and the 21 is the difficult exercises, the obstacles, then they become like easier, but you still repeat some. But yeah, it's the toughest one I've done. Yeah, thanks, Dave. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Wim Hof, yeah, that guy. Yeah, the cold plunge. Yeah, cheers, Dave, man. Yeah. It's good, man. I love to see you come in the chat and you're pumping the weights, man. Like, I like it. It's fit. It's good. It's sports. That's amazing, man. It's amazing. I mean, I think in the gym, like, seeing how you, like, I love to go to the gym. I go 4 times a week to the gym. I do a lot of course, calisthenics exercises, but I love to go to the gym and use weights as well. But I think I think you're a, like, beast. Like, if I think about Dave Digital, I think about like big guy. Do you also consider fair value gaps in your trading? I don't, actually. I do use gaps, but not like fair value gaps. I've never really deep dived too much in the fair value stuff from I forgot the ICT, that guy. But I do use gaps, but I don't know if it's the same as he does or not. But the way I use gaps mainly has to do with impulsive structures and their retracements in wave fours, for example. So yeah, it's probably a little bit different. I don't use fair value gaps, but I do use gaps in a different way. I don't really think it's the same. I'm actually trying to find a bit of an example. Trying to find a little bit of an example. I don't know. Can't really find one this quick. It doesn't happen too often. Use order blocks as well, of course. But for me, it's more like, for example, if there's a gap, right? And then eventually you fill the gap, you tend to have a retracement. So price moves up, blah, 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 blah. And then eventually you get the push, and then you get the first retracement, and then you move up. Generally, this then creates a gap. And then I'm looking for price to find support on the first test of the top of the gap. And if you then close candles inside the gap, generally you fill the gap to the bottom of the gap and you expect support there. That's like how and vice versa, of course, for the other way around. So that's how I look at gaps. Dave, you're a bit, I'm not even close to that this morning. I just did 6 L pull-ups for the first time in my life. Yo, congrats, man. You did 6 for the first time in your life. Most people can barely get 1. So it just shows the muscles you already got due to the gym, man. Like, and not forget, like, if you do get bigger and more muscular, of course you pull more weight. So it's not necessarily becoming easier to do the pull-ups. It's a balance. When you go, of course, into obstacle running, it's very much a balance between lean but muscle, because you don't want to drag too much weight because of the running distance and all the obstacles that require the swinging, the hanging, which is very tough on your arms and hands, and grip, your grip strength. Because, of course, the more you gain in weight, the more your arms have to work. But it becomes difficult when you have the swinging exercises and that sort of stuff. So it's a balance between strength and being lean enough to continue with all the exercises for a long time. So 6, 5, 4. Yeah, that's good. 3 sets, 6 reps, 5, 4. Yeah, it's solid. It's good. It's a great way to start. And it already shows that you already have muscle build up. Like you are strong already. And if this is the first time you do pull-ups, eventually you'll get the technique, because actually the pull-up initially comes from the upper back, not from your arms. The tension starts in your upper back. I remember when I started, like, long time ago with the pull-ups, I did my pull-ups very much out of my arms. So I hold the bar and I very much was pushing my arms like it's like a biceps training. And you go up to the bar quite vertical, right? And that's how I started. But in the beginning, I went up to the bar quite vertical. So you have the bar and you go up vertical. But now, like with the technique, a friend of mine is really, really good in calisthenics. He's amazing, very strong guy. Nowadays, when I do the pull-ups, I hold the bar, but then you strengthen your upper back, and I actually go away from the bar and I pull it to my chest. So not actually go up vertical, but more like a little bit like bend, and I pull the bar up to the chest, using the back for the initial leverage, and then continue with the arms. I think I'm very, like, the thing with the old gym, where I'm not anymore, I just switched. But in the old gym, I couldn't actually do the what's the name? The Google. What's that? God, what's the what's the exercise where you go on top of the bar? Man, I always forget this name. Muscle up. Thank you, obese balls. The muscle up. So in the old gym, so my friend, he can do many muscle ups. It's incredible. He's so strong. I have trained with him once to do muscle ups, and at that time I needed to use a rubber band because I wasn't strong enough. This was like beginning of the year. I wasn't strong enough to do muscle ups just by using my arms. And if I did a muscle up, then I generally needed to like put one shoulder over and then the other one. So I couldn't really make it. And then in the gym we did it outside in the Netherlands, but then moved to France, la di la. And the gym where I used to do sports, I didn't have any room above the bar to try and train the muscle ups. But now I went to a gym where the calisthenics area is outside on the roof, which is amazing because now I can train muscle ups, and I have no idea if I can make it happen. Yo, GK Studio, welcome, man. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for subscribing, dude. Or girl. I mean, you never know. Or, I mean, he, she, or it. You never know. But yeah, thanks for becoming a sub. While we are chatting about gym and other stuff, not even really trading related. Like, we did a lot of analysis earlier in the stream, and I mean, we're already live for like 3 hours, so you can imagine after a couple of hours we start chatting about lots of different things. Yeah, definitely not my first pull-up. I started with assisted pull-ups. Oh yeah, so with the bands, just worked my way up to this point. That's good. Looking forward to finally getting to weighted pull-ups. Yeah, the weighted pull-ups are great. So, I mean, generally when you're going to reach 10 pull-ups, you can put on the weights. And that's what I do nowadays. Depends a little bit on my training of the day. If I want to go for more like the endurance of the muscle or the strength of the muscle. But if I go for strength, then my first set of pull-ups is going to be warm-up. My second set is with an additional 10 kgs. The third set is 10 kgs, and then I go down to 5 kgs, and then without kgs, and then I'm done. So 10 is my max at the moment. I am currently 69 kilos, so that's plus 10. Yeah, that's about plus 13% of weight added to my own weight, and then go down to 5, and then end it. Yo, cheers, Odin. Thanks for being here for such a long time, man. See you in the community again. Yeah, absolutely. I agree here. Yep, I'm still here. Obese boss, man. Still here. It's in a leg movement to get momentum over the bar. Yeah, but the leg. So I used to do CrossFit in Amsterdam at CrossFit 020. It's next to Belmer Arena train station for the Dutchies here, and you have like a calisthenics gym style of pull-ups, I guess more calisthenic style of pull-ups, and you have the CrossFit type of pull-ups. So I remember during the CrossFit sessions that I did there, the pull-ups, like you can do your normal pull-ups, but if you don't necessarily, or if you're not really able to do clean pull-ups, you had indeed the leg, the swing pull-up, where you basically swing on the bar and then you just swipe your legs forward, and then the moment they come back, you basically pull yourself up. You use your legs to get yourself over the bar, which I guess is a good way maybe to start, but it's not the technique that you really want if you want to do a solid pull-up and use the muscles. It can get you over the bar, but it does so in a less yeah, you just train your muscles less. You use momentum, not strength, but you still get above the bar. So I mean, but it's a great way to start, and then it increases motivation, because of course in the beginning, if people try to do a pull up and they're not able to, it can very much decrease motivation. So if you're able to swing your legs and get up the bar, and that's the way you start, that's good because it keeps the motivation high. Then you want like what Dave did, use some rubber bands, put them on the bar, put your, depends on how fit you are. You can start with putting your foot in, and then put in your knee, and then eventually without, and then you use the correct technique instead of the swinging. You use the rubber bands, which will help you with the upwards movement, but you actually use you try to focus on the technique of just doing a correct pull-up. So, Wait, I'm heavy and not strong enough. Ah, matter of time. No, matter of time. It will just come if you keep going. Wait. I don't think you. Wait. Hey Koens, I think you don't have financial issues anymore. How do you experience to be wealthy? Well, so the best answer to give is that when you achieve a certain level of success, which can be different for everyone, but if you can take care of your lifestyle and you're able to live your life when you walk in the, like I think the best answer I can give is this. It gives you a feeling of freedom, a feeling of like fuck you, as they like to say it in the financial work. Don't want to work for your boss? Fuck you, you know? Got to do this and that? Fuck you, because you don't have to, because you have a certain amount of wealth or money. But I think what's maybe more like besides the freedom, it's like you want to go for dinner, you can go for dinner. You want to buy you walk past the shop and there is something nice and someone really likes it, you can buy it. And it's just the small things that you walk in the supermarket and you're thinking about, shall we get this or that? You can just get it. I remember that when I was years ago, I was a starting entrepreneur. Like at some moment, it was struggling, especially first year of COVID as well, was still quite a struggle actually. So that's not even too long ago, but things can change quick. But I remember a long time ago where I was living by myself, and when I walked in the shops, I really had to pay attention to the prices of the products and what I was getting. You know, you have the bio products, and I love to buy the bio products to support, like, you know, support better health for animals and whatnot. But it's not always easy to do that when you don't have you know. But you try to, you still try to, but you're looking at price. You know, can you go on holiday? I don't know. Like, I mean, I have to work. You know, I have gigs and this and that. So I think it gives you freedom, yes, but I think it mainly gives you a sense of security as well. Like if you get stuck somewhere or your tire blows on the road, okay, no problem, right? It's like you can fix it. Back in the day, if that would happen, I wouldn't have the money to repair a car or whatever. I mean, I didn't even own a car, that being said, back in the day, in those years. But I just did everything by public transport because I couldn't buy a car. So I don't know. I don't necessarily have I don't know if this is a great answer, to be honest, but I think once you reach a certain level of income, and this is maybe something you hear more often, is once you reach a certain level of income or business revenue, or you invested in the markets and a certain amount comes back, like from a certain amount, things don't change too much anymore. And it's more about providing value, helping people, supporting friends and family, enjoyment, do what you like to do, buy what you like to buy, but still be sensible. Don't be stupid with your money, because it's no guarantee you're going to keep hold of it if you do stupid stuff. So, you know, I don't usually talk really, of course, about how I do my stuff, but I'm only, I'm 32, turning 33 later. This month, actually, well, the 24th of September. So, I still have a long life ahead of me. Still have kids ahead of me with the wife. I want to be smart. I don't want to be stupid. So, And that requires patience. It requires discipline more than anything else. But it's still, you're still able to do what you like to do. And, you know, the YouTube channel is a typical thing where I loved Elliott Waves and trading and and I saw in the market, like, I know YouTube is definitely not a quick thing, like building a community and engaging with people on Elliott Waves, but I saw an opportunity to build a channel and help people and share my analysis. And it gives a purpose. Like I know, like I help people about, like, you know, I teach them Elliott Waves on YouTube and we can chat like this. And I think that's what's most interesting for me is providing value, because I also think that things can get very boring. If you think in the beginning, of course, when you don't really have money, then, you know, does money create happiness? No, not really. Money doesn't create happiness, but it creates you, or it gives you experiences that get you happiness. So it's not necessarily like, oh, money makes me happy, but if I have money, I can take my wife on a great holiday, which creates great memories. When I have some money, I can buy a nice little car and we'll be happy because now we can see a bit more instead of being in our village and do everything by foot. And it's not about having a lot or a little, it's about having the necessities done. Like we can put food on the table, we can have the car, we have the house, we don't have to worry, we can pay our stuff, we can walk past the shop and get whatever we need, we walk in the supermarket, get whatever we need. Like, oh, something goes wrong, washing machine breaks down, okay, we'll just get a new one. Oh, the baby would need like a pram or a this or a that, or we saw, like, okay, just get it, you know, just get it. So it's more like that, I suppose. And yeah, no right answer. It depends per people. Yeah, but don't be stupid with money, because you can get it, but you can lose it even faster. It's the same as trading, right? You can be very consistent, and then you make one very big mistake, and all your profit is gone. You know, and then what? So, yeah. And also, I do think with regards to the question of financial issues, I think every financial level has their own issues. So it will be different for everyone. But I've, you know, back in the day, financial issues was can't buy a car, do everything by public transport. Can't walk into the shop and be like, oh, I'd love to have a steak or whatever, right? But then the steak is very expensive to getting a regular hamburger. You're like, okay, I'll get the hamburger. You know, so that's like, you know, the beginning issues. Where's my next gig coming from? Because back in the day, I before trading, I did speaking stuff, but speaking is very up and down. You never know when the next gig is. So it gives a, you know, bit of insecurity, financial insecurity about when is the next thing. I did some other stuff as well, because I was setting up other businesses, but I wasn't yet the entrepreneur that I eventually became, and of course trading. But I think every level, so that those are like your financial issues in the beginning, is paying the rent. Wait, I have a photo. I need to ask my wife. That's for the next time. I have a photo of us living in a 30 square meter studio. We are together already for a long time. So we were living in a 30 square meter studio. We had a mattress on the floor. So you came in, we had our door. You came in, on the left side was the bathroom, which for like 6 months didn't have a light, but that was more my bad, I suppose. We always used our telephone light. But anyway, on the left, there was the bathroom with the toilet, the shower, and one basin. Then you go straight, and then you basically have one big room. And then on the left was the kitchen, which was then against the wall of the bathroom. That was the kitchen area. Then where you cook, and then behind you was the couch, which was an L couch because it gives a bit of space. And then the L side, the wall, the short side was towards the window area. And then between the L, the short side of the couch, and the window, we had a mattress, which was quite a thick one. which was on the floor because quite simply a bed did not fit in the room because of space. So we had therefore we took a thick mattress and we had it on the floor. And then my desk, where I did my early days of trading, my early days of entrepreneurship, I had a desk which was like half the size of what I have now. It was like 50 centimeters or something, 40 centimeters in depth. So my laptop was like in my eyes, you know, like that. And my 24-inch screen. So a 24-inch screen, a laptop. It was a long one. It was about 2 meters, which went from pretty much the couch to the other, like it was like the length of the couch, but then against the wall. And that is where I did my shit. And then Ashley, she was working, so she was then out for the day, but often she worked at home as well, which was then the studio. And then in the apartment complex, we did have a more like communal area downstairs where there were some places to work and some things. So that was nice. So we weren't like locked up there for all the time, but I was. So yeah, I mean, that is where things started. And I do have a photo of it. I just don't have it on my, man, it's a mess. Well, let me quickly write 1 second. Let me quickly write Ash here. Wait, maybe I'll just do a quick shout here. 1 second. Hey babe, can you send me the photo of us in the studio, like in Amsterdam? Oh, I thought you had it on your phone. Yeah, if you find it, can you send it on WhatsApp? It's the photo where you took the photo towards the door. Remember the kitchen? That one. Okay. Yo, thank you. Okay, wifey she's gonna look for the photo, and then if she sends it on WhatsApp, I'll open my WhatsApp here. I'll show you guys. Okay, my WhatsApp is open. So yeah, when the photo is there, I'll share it. But yeah, those were interesting times. But then, of course, once you go and move up the ladder a little bit, there's other financial problems because at some moment you're like, okay, but then what am I gonna do? How do I invest? Where do I leave money? Where is it safe? How do I manage it? How do I manage it? Because it's almost scary at some point. And then you're like, okay, but how do I manage it? How do I make sure I don't lose it all? That's probably the biggest thing that people think about eventually is, okay, now I earn a nice income, but how do I not like lose it, you know? How do I keep stable and how does all of that work? So yeah, and I've never reached the billions, so I have no idea what the problems are then, but yeah, I wouldn't need it. So anyway, when the photo is when my wife finds the photo, I will make sure to share it here on the stream. What did you do even before trading for work? So back in the day, I like long time ago when I was primary school or high school, I initially worked at a fuel station, worked in some restaurants, but then I became a professional gamer in Trackmania. So you'll find if you look for Koens Trackmania, you'll find a lot of stuff. So I was a professional gamer for many years, which was my job basically next to my studies. And I studied medicine in Amsterdam. I actually studied biomedical sciences first. So I went from high school to biomedical sciences because I didn't get through the lottery system in the Netherlands to study medicine. I did the Bachelor of Biomedical Sciences. Then I did then I got into the medicine university in Amsterdam afterwards. And that is also when my more entrepreneurial career slowly started. Because of my gaming background, I got into the news in the Netherlands. And I mean, it was crazy. Once I got my first interview in 2013, it went nuts. Wait, I can actually show you, 1 second here, I can show you this as well. I gotta say, I haven't really I mean, not at all. I haven't updated this for a very, very long time. So sorry for that. But this is my little docs where I keep interviews. So 2014, I see here interview. Where's the NOS? I had like an NOS one. I think this one here, 2014 it is. So once I had this interview, which is a big station in the Netherlands, that's where like things, I was still gaming. I wasn't yet in medical school at that time. 2014, I was too young. I think I was maybe still last year of high school or maybe just in biomedical sciences. But this interview happened. Can I open this? Yeah. Okay, very nice. So so here in this interview, oops, was it this video that I'm in this one? Yeah. Oh, we have an ad anyway. Let me see if I can quickly. No, I'm in the So here, Koen Schrobbers. That's me. And if the ad is finished, I know the sound is, I don't have it activated in OBS. But basically, you see young Koen here in a second. So that is me. So this was my gaming computer. Wait, let me go full screen here. So my gaming computer, that's me. That's my controller, which is literally behind me here. But at that time, without the thing, that's the interview, Trackmania. And there you go. Hey, who's that guy? Koens. Hey, what's up, Dave? Yeah, we're still live. We're just chatting now. I mean, we're already done with the analysis and stuff. So this was when I actually was still with my parents. And the Czech being third at the World Championship. The Czech is behind me, some trophies and all that stuff. So this was a big interview, big news channel on national television. And that's when things just started flying. So I had interview. And because of all the interviews throughout the years, especially then in the early days, so many in a short amount of time, I built a name in the Netherlands. I kind of like got like esports famous in the country. And then I was asked always when there was something gaming esports related, they were like, yo, Koen, you want to go on radio? You want to go newspaper? You want to go, and that stuff. So I was like, sure. But because of that, people eventually started reaching out and be like, yo, you know a lot about this, like, and you're involved. Like, can you help us to learn more about it? And that's when things started running. I became a host on Fox Sports for an esports show. Then I became a speaker, and the agent was Sports Speakers and later Athenos. And nowadays, my speaking agent is Athenos in the Netherlands for local stuff there, even though I don't really do that in the Netherlands anymore. My global agent is Chartwell Speakers. So you'll find me on the website of Chartwell. And then through those things, I became a founding member of the International Esports Federation Athletes Commission. Nowadays, I'm a board member of the Global Esports Federation. Lots of stuff that people actually don't know that I talk about now. And because of all the things that started happening, I got more sucked into the entrepreneurial world. And then there was an opportunity where I wrote a book. Actually, I actually have it here. So I wrote, it's Dutch, sorry. It's a Dutch book. So I'm the expert, and then Deirdre, she is the author, amazing person, very, very great partnership. And wrote that book for parents with gaming children because it's something that I struggled with when I was younger with my mom, and we shared experiences and many tips and all that stuff for parents. And then that started going, and then we had a company where we help parents with gaming children together with addiction institutes and other healthcare stuff in the country. So we helped parents with gaming children and gave them like steps and stuff to like reconnect and connect with their kids. And that was like one of the first real like businesses. And then of course I did the speaking on the side. And then through television on Fox Sports, I was asked to become the host of a crypto show, which is bots. Wait 1 second. which was bots.tv. Can I? Oh, here you see a photo of us. So that's me in the middle there. I was the main host, yeah, here we spoke about crypto-related topics, covering news as well. And this was my introduction to crypto. So I got 2 months to prepare, and I studied Binance Academy. And then I was the host here, and I mean we had great guests, not only in the studio but also online, and yeah, it was great. But this is how I got in touch with crypto, and then that is where like eventually my trading journey began. But then I got in touch with Elliott Waves really early in my journey, like basically month 1. And then I was like, yo, this wave stuff is actually really interesting, because what I struggled with when I looked at a chart in the beginning is what's happening. It goes up, it goes down, but there's like no pattern to it, or how do I read this? And then I saw a photo of Elliott Waves that bear a bit. He's like, if you don't know Bear a bit, he's called White Rabbit Trading here on YouTube, and in Discord he has his own channel. So yeah, Bear a bit and we go years back as well. And he then sent me a picture of an Elliott Wave count on Bitcoin. And I was like, yo, this looks interesting. What is this? And this is where my journey started. And I never left it. So, yeah, and then at some point I was part of different communities, and I was just learning Elliott Waves and sharing my counts. And because it was very niche, I mean, maybe even more so back then than now, it was very niche, and people got like curious, oh, what you're doing, and it's nice. And if it plays out, like, can you show us a bit more about how you do this? So sometimes I went live in a community, but then at some point people were asking, can't you make a YouTube channel? Yo, Victor Hugo, welcome, sir. Good to have you here on the channel. Thanks for subscribing, man. Sorry, we're talking about everything and nothing now. We're live for like 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So the analysis part is a little bit done. If you have questions, feel free to ask. But we're in the storytelling business at the moment. But then, yeah, so got into Elliott Waves, and eventually got asked to make some videos. So I did. I made the channel, and if you would actually go through the history of the channel, then this channel officially was live before most people know. So if I go to lifetime, then you can see that I really started the channel on like the 21st of February. That's where I decided, okay, let's take this serious, because I saw an opportunity, because I wasn't happy with the analysis provided online. I thought the analysis that I found online on other YouTube channels, either they don't stick to the rules, or it's not frequent enough, or it's just not good. And I was like, you know what, like I stick to the rules and the guidelines very much so. Quality first. And I made a whole little plan for my channel, which is in another notebook, which I don't actually have here at the moment. So I made like a whole plan on how I want to approach the channel. And then I actually started with Dutch videos. But back in the day here, you can see I like the channel launched on the 6th of July, 2022. Yo. And that is because of the Discord group. And then you can see I basically went from 0 subs to like 11. That's because of the community. And then some other people joined from the community, and then it was stuck on 59 because that was everyone, you know, that was interested in my stuff in the community. And then I started actually uploading shit in February 2023 and took it more serious. And that's where it happened. And also in this period here, end of 2023, I did some Dutch videos, but I was like, why am I doing Dutch? So then I did English, and now we're at 2463. Nope, which is incredible. It's not expected. So that is the answer to your question on what I did before where I am today. And nowadays, I am still a board member of the Global Esports Federation. I do YouTube and trading and, you know, Elliott Waves. And we have a lot of plans for Elliott Waves, because I think like the Elliott Wave, if we look at finance, the financial industry, and we look at Elliott Waves as a niche, I think the Elliott Wave niche, there's so much opportunity still in the Elliott Wave niche, there's so much potential. It's still so, I don't know. I think the Elliott Wave niche in the financial industry is not good. It's not great. There's so much more that one can do, and that's where where I wanna go now. Is I want to fill that spot, and we have very big plans. So with all the education that we aim to provide over the many years to come, we eventually want to rival Elliott Wave International, and move as the primary education institution for Elliott Waves, and that's a long-term goal. And we have a very specific multi-step plan on how to educate people in Elliott Waves, and eventually we want to have our exams, certificates, and all that stuff. It's already on paper. It's just that we don't have the execution yet. But we have a very specific way of approaching education, which I can't talk about here, of course, which is very unique as well. And in my opinion, much better than anything that's there. So, which sounds very cocky, but maybe that's just the belief that you need to have in your own system. I am familiar with Elliott Wave International, but in a way, I think it's a bit outdated. And it's not really to the point per se. I do love their material. I love Robert Prechter, like amazing guy, such a cool guy. But I just think there's so much opportunity there. That is where we want to come in. So, yeah, now I'm very much addicted to Elliott Waves and making sure that people learn it, most people get to know it, and see the benefits of using it. So yeah, there's a lot that we want to achieve in the upcoming many years. Many years. I just wanted to say earlier in regards to final cycle, I was looking at weekly 2 and EMA cross, and when it crossed the previous cycle top. Oh yeah, EMAs. Many people actually like to use the EMAs. I think maybe the P cycle indicator also uses the EMAs. Wait, let me make sure my WhatsApp stays on in case my wife finds the photo. So she hasn't sent it yet. So yeah, man, I'm still live, yo. I don't know. My legs are just carrying, and my mouth keeps moving. Anna, if you want to help people learning, why do you have the elite where you need to pay? This is always a question that people ask. If you are so rich, if you are so successful, why do we have to keep paying? Yeah, that's how the world works, my dear. If you go to Jeff Bezos or you go to Elon Musk, why do you buy for Tesla? Why do you pay the car if Elon has enough money already? You know, why do you pay for Amazon? Probably most of the stuff. Why do you pay for a phone? I mean, why isn't like Apple just giving away free phones? I mean, they are so rich anyway. So why do they need, why are we buying a phone of like $1,000 nowadays? Because why not for free? Why don't we go to the bakery? Why do we need to pay for bread? I mean, they make so many breads. They can easily just not, maybe just give it away for free, because the owners, they are so rich anyway, right? They own multiple bakeries and they have a whole thing. And why do we have to pay for bread? Why don't we give them away for free? You probably know where I'm going to now, right? In the end, the products that are developed take a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of money, a lot of man hours. And it's not just me, it's my team, right? It's freelancers that I hire. It's a lot more than just myself. There's a lot of value in the products as well, and everything I just mentioned requires a certain price. So, and if that price is too high for people, then that's fine. You're not my client. There's someone else, and you can probably get something for free that is a lot less valuable from someone that is a lot less experienced and a lot more basic, not to the point and all that stuff. But if you're happy with that, then that's the way to go. But if you like more quality and other stuff, and I mean, the prices we have for elite and entry are still relatively cheap in the world of financial education, to be honest, as many memberships are covering 200 plus euros a month, right? When you go to many other channels, there's also channels where you have over $200 that you pay a month to be part of even only a Discord community or signals that we don't like to do. So in the bigger thing, in the bigger scheme of things, it can still be seen as cheap. But bottom line, what I'm trying to say is you have to reflect value into a monetary price, and value is there based on the product itself, the expertise of the one developing, the team that has to get paid as well. I have to pay my team as well. So there's a lot more to it. But yeah, and also I also have to earn my bread. I don't want to have a company or a business that loses money. That's not what business should be. I have my administrative costs, taxes, team, products, development, time. Yeah, it all it all costs money. So yeah, I just wanna help. So I'm not a Jeff Bezos. I'm not an Elon Musk. I'm just a guy that does well enough for the lifestyle that he is living, and I'm happy the way things are. But I'm still here to add my 2 cents. I'm here to help people, which I do for over almost 3 hours here on YouTube, talking. This is free. You can ask me anything while I'm here. YouTube, my educational videos are there on YouTube. I have a free CVD one-pager. I have a free CVD even, which cost money to code, which we give away for free. But then we also have a paid version, which is even more developed. But you get the idea. So you can say the same about people like Alex Hormozy. You may know him, business guy, marketing. He is worth easily over a couple of $100 million. And he gives a lot for free, but his events, as I saw some reviews, cost money. You can go to an event and then they upsell, and then I think they have packages of like $35K for a 2 or 3 day event, and then there's $112K or something 2 times with himself type of event. Why you think? Well, because there's a lot of value, and if you can solve the problem of someone and they start earning more money because you can help them with something, then the value is a portion of the money you're going to earn extra. That's basically then how he calculates things. Like if you have a system, and he worked with gyms back in the day. I kind of know his story because I read the books. But if on average your marketing efforts to help a gym get new members is bringing in that gym an additional 80K or 100 or whatever it was, maybe even over 6 digits in a year, if you then ask 20K for that package, would you pay 20K to earn an additional 120K? I mean, that's like a stupid question, no? Yes. I want to learn more and because it will help my business, and then eventually moving forward, that's good. So of course this is business, that's B2B, but you get the point. So if I am teaching people Elliott Waves and I give people feedback and that sort of stuff, and people become better in Elliott Waves, they become better in reading the market, they become better in trading in the right direction and creating a plan. I mean, what's the price now? 68 founding rate? I mean, what are we even talking about? So, but of course, for some countries, it might be a lot, for others not, like Western European, America, maybe easy, but maybe in some African countries and stuff, it's not easy because of the dollar value. In the future, we would like to maybe somehow figure out, but this is just not, we're too small as a channel and backbone company to do this. Maybe in the future for specific countries, you can change it's $89 there, but in that country, $89 reflects so much in their currency, and you can play around with that. But you don't want people to then, in America, use that monetary thing. I know we can't do that at the moment. So, But I know, you kind of get the idea. People are quaky if they don't pay for something, they don't believe it has value, and they don't put any effort into it. That's a good one as well, by the way, Dave. They talk about that in the book as well that I read. Like it's interesting how psychology works. I actually read a book which was it was a money book. It was about pricing your products. And it's true that the price of a product is very much related to the quality of the product. And the expectations, how much effort and time do people put into something. If you give it for free, then the initial motivation to really work hard, get it done because you paid a lot, no, it's free. So you're like, oh, let's just have a look. Yeah. But and look, 68 or eventually 89 is still low. But if you move into real education and you go into high quality courses, you cannot get a high quality course below 4 digits. Think about university. How expensive is university? You're not talking about 5K. You're talking about tens of thousands of euros. Why do we pay for school if the government is so fucking rich? You know, like, because in the end, it's usually government funded, no? So why do we pay for school? If the government has so much money, they can just pay the school. But no, that's not how it works. No? So, yeah, but yeah, it's interesting. I do love this thing because money, psychology of money, pricing versus quality, it's very interesting. And once the products, like now we have a set of like basic products, but as we go along and as we create more and more products that will increase in value, then we will have bottom line products, the cheaper ones, and we'll eventually, at some moment in time, maybe have the very expensive ones, where yes, you may have a whole system, a whole range of products going from cheap and still, you know, as much value as we can give to eventually higher priced stuff going into 4 or 5 digits. But that's where, like, you know, it's the value of that particular thing and how much it helps people in that regard. But I still, you know, I want to keep in mind my audience and where I am. So, you know, I don't want to do that just yet and all that stuff. That's future stuff. You have different products for different people, different levels. But yeah, Discord is free. Many people have paid Discords. But Discord is free, Telegram is free, my content, my educational playlist, CVD. Anyway, do you still have the one-on-one mentorship? I actually never had a one-on-one membership. I can't really because of time. However, I am considering, like, there's something I'm working on which has to do with the educational platform for next year. And I might just do like, have a cohort of people, a small group of people, and I basically make the educational content while that group of people is following it at the same time. So I'm not like first making the content, put it online, and then get the feedback and stuff and see what people think. But you actually, people join, of course, very well discounted at that time, but people join, you develop the content, and as you develop it every day or a couple of days a week, every time the people are watching it and you get feedback, and you know, and that's then how you can make it nice. Wait. Yo, Divinehood, man, how you doing, dude? How are you doing? Good to have you here. I recently actually popped into your stream with the bot doing the prop firm challenge. I had a little look there. Hopefully you're doing good, by the way. Maybe the idea is that it doesn't take extra work for you to share the analysis you're already doing for yourself, but you are providing other. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, doing analysis on like Elliott Wave analysis does take time, especially if you want to give quality analysis, which is what I aim for, and not doing 20 videos in a day, but less videos, higher quality, more accurate. And it's a lot of work still to analyze the charts because of the detail involved, and I still have to do it in such a way to present it in a video and make things easy for the audience and not too complex. So it will always take time in developing the products, and even though Elliott Waves for me theoretically is very easy and reading the chart is absolutely no problem, So in that regard, my time now that I spend on analyzing the chart is easy, right? But it's easy now for me because I have many years of experience. It's the same as so you, like, for example, you want to pay a marketeer for marketing. You can pay a student that just finished, doesn't really know what he or she does, and that student might cost like $30 an hour or $40 an hour, and that student is just going to try and see if things work. Or you're going to pay someone that has 20 years of experience. You're not just paying the salary per hour, you're paying for 20 years of experience. That person got to that level only because 20 years of experience. So the money higher, that person might ask $300, $500, $1,000 an hour or to set things up, but you're not paying for the hour really. You're also paying for all the experience that person has, and therefore he might be more expensive, but a lot more efficient, a lot more detailed, a lot better in communication, etc. Right? So you pay more, but you get more, and then yeah. So. Yeah, Elliott Waves for me now is easy, but of course it's years of die hard and experience and losses and all of the good stuff in order to get to where I am today with my Elliott Wave analysis. And now I'm in a position to at least help people shorten the learning curve by being live on YouTube, answering questions, showing stuff and education during live streams, showing stuff in videos and why probabilities are the way they are and what I'm looking at and how things work. I presented in videos, doing the educational playlists on my YouTube channel, and hopefully I can shorten the learning curve of people, which bottom line is already a lot of value, because you can either struggle for many years and not have a great source to learn Elliott Waves, or you come on my channel and be like, yo, I can actually learn stuff here, that's cool. And you are shortening your learning curve, and you might not think there is value in that because you're like learning while watching my content, going through my playlist, and you pick things up. But I struggled years to get to a good Elliott Wave knowledge. And sometimes I have a member in my group or people as a viewer, and they learn Elliott Waves a lot quicker, which by itself is already incredible value. And that's just like, you know, it's just out there. It's just here. So, and I'm happy about that, because I love it when people come to me and be like, yo, you know, like this guy really helped me to understand Elliott Waves. Do you trade alts like you trade Bitcoin? Nah, I'm more active on Bitcoin than on any alt, to be honest. Marketing says the price makes people believe it has more value. That's true, yeah. Increasing price can actually increase sales. That's also true, yeah. Yeah, that's true. You do, like, you know, you need to have a very good offer and provide a lot of value, because I don't want to be unreasonable. So if I would eventually have a very high value product, then sure thing, the price would be matching that product. And I mean, honestly, the YouTube channel is free, which by itself is value. But now we talk about products, and I think the memberships are great, community is great. It's still high value for the price given. If you would ask members in Discord, you can go in Discord for free and talk to members as well and what they think. You'll get a good idea. But yeah, price is very much related to how people perceive value. I mean, you can get a Volvo or a Lamborghini, but when you think about those two brands, you're like, oh damn, Lamborghini. You know, it just makes you dream. You know, you can buy a Garmin or you buy a Rolex, and the Garmin might be more useful during daily life, but you still have that Rolex in the back of your mind and be like, a Rolex. You know, it's a like. You know. Have you read Alex Hormozzi's books? I have read the offer book. I'm currently actually working on the Leads one. I mean, I'm almost finished, to be honest. And I do have the new one. But I've read many books. The thing is, the book closet is on the other side of this wall, so I can't actually go there. But I love reading. I love reading books, and I mainly use or read business books. I bought some new books. I bought Shoe Dog, the founder of Nike, the story of the founder of Nike. I bought the book of like the story of Jeff Bezos, like basically stories of the entrepreneurs, were my recent purchases. I generally read business books or self-development books, and yeah, I enjoy reading because this, the screen is. I like paper. I don't like ebooks much. I prefer to have paper and have something physically in my hand, and just read instead of using screens. So yeah, but yeah, I have books. Like a lesson live on Discord or something. No, I mean with like, yeah, it would be probably on Discord, and then in a private separate DM group, and then or separate channels in the group, and then I can share my screen and I basically take people through all of the educational material that I eventually want to create. But instead of first creating it by myself, I already have a group of people that follow along and give feedback and all that stuff. I'm considering doing that for maybe next year. Yeah. Oh, wait, who was it then? I thought it was you. Oops. Anyway, for the ones that don't know Divine Hood, this is not his YouTube channel, because he actually has a YouTube channel where he also shows Elliott Waves, which I believe is Divine Hood Trading. So you can check him out. He does Elliott Waves and some other stuff as well on his channel. But yeah, Divine Hood, sorry. I thought that then it was another stream. But yeah, cheers. Thanks for popping in, man. Can we know how you like to take entries, exits, and mainly trade management? Yeah, I mean, I don't generally go in too much detail, but I also have multiple ways of entering. I trade Elliott Waves as pure as it is. I trade my horizontal support and resistance areas, or a combination of it. Generally, some of the stuff that I like is if you end an impulse with some 4-5s, area of resistance, great area for a short or long. If you have 5 waves moves up, 3 wave moves down, I like to enter for longs as well, because that's when you're ranging. So if you are forming a range, you get a 3 move down. The moment it's like confirmed, it's basically a 3-wave corrective structure. I'm looking to eventually long inside the range on areas of support that I have inside that range. So that is more like my range trading style, corrective or impulsive, what I always talk about. Elliott Wave Simplified is a way on how I like to trade. So trade management is related to what the waves show me, or if we reach another area, like if I'm in a long and we reach an important area of resistance, I will always take a TP because I expect price to at least show a reaction. Or I close if the risk reward ratio is good enough at that moment in time. I feel happy to close as well. Generally, I look at the reaction. So what was trade management? So trade management is related to Elliott Waves. Entries. Oh yeah, exits at areas of resistance or support. And if price is in price discovery, I will purely use Elliott Waves to eventually exit. You want to basically, of course, generally you want to enter in the 1-2s and then you want to exit in the 4-5s. So once you get a 3, once you start ranging and grinding and moving into wave 4s and 5s, that's the exit area. Yeah. Volvo slander will not. Yeah, Volvo is actually still a good car, by the way. I mean, a friend of mine had a Volvo for a long time. I just had to quickly come up with something. An old Volvo is like a Nokia 3310, no? You can have qualifications like participation in Discord for progress throughout the year. Yeah, I mean, for example, I still have to think in more detail, but I think like in general, instead of making all the educational content by myself and just being here and try to record videos and then working for an X amount of time, I don't know how long it will take, but making all of this and then put it live and only then getting feedback and maybe improve things, I might as well get a small batch of people that are like, I want to learn Elliott Waves from Kun directly. And of course, there will be a price, but heavily discounted compared to the norm, because I will create the content as people consume it at the same time and basically create the whole educational system. But we are in a group, like they can give feedback and they can learn on the go while I answer questions and all that stuff as well. And then I can get reviews as well and see what people think, which would be great. Do you have a book list like outside of trading and Elliott Waves? Yes, but the book list in my new phone is not that long. 1 second. Oh. But I do have my old phone here, which is a little bit dusty, not gonna lie. By the way, in the meantime, my wife, short intermezzo. Yeah. Okay. Remember, so I will go to the book list in a second, but I promised you that if my wife, 1 second, if my wife found a photo of our old apartment where we used to live long time ago when things were not as easy, save to downloads, I would share it with you guys. So where is it? There we go. Open. Okay, are you ready? So earlier, if you just jumped in, you missed the story, but earlier I basically said where I'm coming from and what I did in the past and the tougher times, and how my life developed into where I am today. Basically in a little bit of a nutshell. And I was talking about the fact that many, many years ago, my wife and I were living in a 30 square meter studio. Yes. And I explained the setup of the studio because I remembered in a lot of detail. And the people that were there during my story, that's our room. That's our studio. This was our studio, 2 people. Here's the kitchen. Behind the kitchen is the bathroom. This is the L couch, right? The photo is taken from the bed, which was on the floor. Of course, we also have a photo the other way around, but she only sent me this one now. Yeah, you can see my desk here, the long one. It's about 2 meters in length, but very, very short in depth. And yeah, lots of shit. Of course, we had stuff in the closets and everything as well. Washing rack. I mean, guys, like, life was not easy. Life was not easy. These are like the early stages. And it's almost like, it's the typical entrepreneur or type of story. But I guess in a way, people don't generally see this. This is the first time ever I share this. Yo, almost makes me emotional. Because we've come a long way together, my wife and I. So we lived here in a 30 square meter apartment. Yeah. 2. Yep. Good times. Yep. Yeah, I'm still live. I'm just chatting with the people, but I'll come soon. So I thought you were a Bitcoin. This is not where we live now, mate. But of course, like people, you have people talking about the entrepreneurial journey, and people then sometimes share photos of how it was, and they were sleeping on the ground or this or that. It's no joke. What the painting you see here? Can you see? Can I zoom in here? Wait, I want to move. How do I do this? I don't have this laptop for too long. Oh, wait. So this photo is like a caricature or whatever it is. This was painted and given to me as a present by my wife many years ago. Because you cannot see me on this photo, so you might be like, is this really true? Is this actually my room? Give me 1 second. Be right back. There we go. Yep. This was handmade. There is no other one. There's no other one in the world. So, yo, someone joined. Long fun. Thanks for subscribing, man. But that photo you see here is this one. It even has coons. It even has coons. You can't, yeah, I mean, we packed it because of the when we moved and stuff. But there. I know, right? Super realistic. I know, I know. Yeah. So yeah, this is the humble beginnings. Yep. You can also see my favorite. I can show more stuff, but you know, you get the point. The photo is good enough. But you see a bit of orange here, which is a jacket. It's my favorite jacket of all time. I sometimes use it in streams or in videos when it's winter. I wear my orange and blue sports jacket on streams. People will probably recognize it. Or and that one is laying there on the couch. So yeah, anyway, you know, yeah, true story. So thanks to my wife for quickly finding that photo, and we have more photos, but you know, it gets the point. So that is where we used to live, yeah, a long time ago. Kind of shows you how far one, you know, as life continues and you figure stuff out slowly but surely, you might, I mean, there's probably people watching here that are a lot more successful than I am in business, maybe in trading or in whatever. Like, you know, I don't know. You don't know, of course, my background nowadays and all that stuff. I don't know you, but generally everyone like, people see success, but they don't see the struggles, right? That's the typical thing. So everyone goes through struggles and things in the background, and the grind. But yeah, typical entrepreneurial story. We truly slept on the floor, lived in a 30 square meter apartment. Yeah, the good old days. Not gonna lie, it was. Yeah, it's tough days, and my now wife, then girlfriend, you know, we stayed together, and you know, we supported each other in everything we did. And now we're here. So yeah, good times. Not sure yes, what's the target for the wave X to the upside? Well, minimum target, immediately switching to Elliott waves. 113.8k would be like a minimum target. The thing is that wave X can be any corrective structure, so it requires a bit of patience. Now this wave X might not be finished. We could still look for W, then get a larger X, so WX, get a Y down, finish this lower degree X, and then move up in the wave Y. Touch some resistance at like 115, nicely inside the box, finish this X, and then look for Y. So probabilities are higher. This move up is at least a corrective structure. So I'm not really looking at anything that is finished yet here. What is the name of Discord? Let's see if Nightbot is working. Nope. I don't know why Nightbot is not active. Discord is so if you go to the link tree, which is in the description, and go to Discord, and then we copy the link. And then we drop it here. Oh, that is the link tree link. There you go. Do you give insight what will happen? So the rate cut is confirmed. Can you give us some insight what will happen from now on? I mean, to be honest, I don't actually follow news. Let me put the light on here as well. I actually don't follow, I don't follow news. including rate cuts and that stuff. So I actually don't really know what it means in general because I'm not involved. But in general, the probabilities from an Elliott wave point of view are highest that this is corrective. So we're eventually looking to take out the all-time high still. That's like the general narrative at the moment. However, probabilities are higher that a corrective structure is not yet finished. So we're still looking for like more of a larger range, larger drawdown before eventually we can like finish something with a high degree of probabilities and then eventually look for price to really move up significantly. But yeah, I don't really know the impact of rate cuts and those type of things. Do you use fib retracement and extensions for entries and exits? Yes, because they're part of the confluences that I use in with my horizontal levels. Yeah, of course, Legendario. I mean, by that time, it's going to be next year, 2026, that we really want to work on that platform and stuff. But I will probably announce it at that time and like next year when I'm ready to move into the production, and I'll give a lot more detail and explanation as well because it's going to be quite it's going to be really cool. Yeah. Also, thanks guys for the kind messages. Yeah, I really appreciate it. How long ago did you meet? We started talking in December of 2017. Yeah. Bitcoin billionaire. No, man, I bought SHIB for $100 and got $5 million back. $5 million. No. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks. Dave. Yo, Dave, you finished gymming by now? Or are you still going strong? But that's the $1 billion picture, exactly. Yo, Cheese, how you doing, man? Cheese always, like, he always comments on the videos. No one knows the time, the grind, what it took for each individual to obtain success. Yeah. It's been a bumpy ride, fun ride. Cheers, Shanshilin. I'll have my first edition compendium by then too. Yeah, that's correct. That I mean, the book should be out by then 100%. I mean, the book is priority this year, and then Hexaplan should launch early next year, and then all the educational stuff with that group and developing the content, that should be the remainder of the year, and then basically that should be finished by the end, at least in end of 2026. Signed, yeah. Yeah. I know, like, I actually got a lot of requests on getting signed copies, so I have to figure out how I can do that, because if we sell the book through Amazon, it is printed by Amazon and then it is sent by Amazon. So I think what I'll have to do is I just need to buy a lot of copies myself, and basically I buy my own book in order to get a bunch of books here, and then I sign them one by one, and then, you know, we can do like you know, people can buy like a signed copy, but then they have to buy it from me instead of Amazon, because now I bought the books at Amazon, so now they're at my house. So then we need to figure out how people can just pay me instead of Amazon to buy the book, instead of going through Amazon again, because then they get two books, which is not the plan. And then I can sign copies, and then I'll just do like a limited edition signed amount of copies. And of course, I can call, that's something that I still want to do. Of course, I'm in touch with Robert Prechter as well, absolute OG. And I want to call him as well, send him a book, see what he thinks. And we spoke about the compendium shortly when I spoke to him or had dinner with him in March. And see if he is open to then get some, you know, sign a couple as well. And then I can, you know, we have his signature, my signature, and those are like, you know, ones that would be cool to give to people as well, or an opportunity to buy or give away. We'll see by then. But that would be cool. So signature from Robert Prechter, signature from me in one book. That would be amazing. But I will call Robert later this month when or next like October, September, I'll give him a call and explain like Compendium is almost finished. So yeah. The only way to get a signed book is to attend a book signing in your area. Yeah, have a global audience on YouTube, but if you want a signed copy, I don't care. Live in the Philippines, America, Canada. You got to come here. You got to come here. Got to come to the coast of Europe and get a signed one. We'll probably find a way to get it done. We'll probably find a way to get it done. Yeah, imagine. You got to come here. Jump in an airplane. Pay like $1,000, if not more, to fly yourself here and go to a book signing. If that happens, like, look. I actually have events on the agenda as well. But probably the real like events that I like to organize with like multi-day full like education on Elliott Waves and that stuff and trading Elliott Waves. I have it again. It's in the plan, but it is one second. I think it's 2028 or something that we really like to. 1 second. Where is it? This I have basically on two sides of. Ooh. My brother is calling, but I'll have to call him back in a second. When I finish the stream. So events. So first we'll do the education stuff. 2026, maybe part 2027. And that's probably when we start with events. So I have 2028 for like the events. Maybe we can do like small ones earlier, but 2028 should be the time where I should really, or the plan is to really do events as well, offline events. So I have like a whole multi-year timeline from 2025 to basically 2030 in front of me here, the paper that I'm holding right now. And it basically has like the higher, how do I call that? Like the bigger goals in each year. In 2025 until the end of 2025, what has to be done, 2026, 2027, 2028. And then from 2028, we actually jump to 2028. 2030 is another plan that I have. So the one I'm holding now goes to 2028, which gives me a high level view of what we like to achieve for the years ahead. And events would start in 2028, basically, as it stands now, at least. So no. I'll ship it back to you. No. Probably I can just buy some and then people pay me and I'll send the book. Usually, I mean, I really enjoy being live. In case you haven't noticed, 4.5 hours. So I love being live, but usually time doesn't really allow it because I have other stuff going. But I didn't make videos this morning, so I decided to go live. So no, the longest stream we've done is 6 hours. So we're not there yet. We're not going to reach it as well. Last exercise, hack squats, one more set left. Okay, wow. So Dave has been here during his whole exercise. Huh? I mean, hopefully in one way or another, this live stream really gave you a lot of energy to exercise. not listening to like pump music or like hard style or whatever. No, he's here. Going like Dave Digital gymming, pumping the weights. I need a book. Oh yeah. Oh, Daywalt, now that you're here, of course, like I regularly go to South Africa because my wife is South African. But can you send me a DM in Discord or wherever? Because if I go to South Africa, we generally go to Cape Town because that's where she's from. Durban, she has some family in Durban as well. But if you are in that area, it would be great to meet up. If you're in Johannesburg, it might be a bit more difficult because it's, of course, on the other side of the country. So then, I don't know if I can manage that easily with family visits. But it would be cool if you're in the south, then, it would be cool to meet. I've actually met multiple people in South Africa just because I'm there anyway, usually once a year at least. Do you have any schedule for the next live? No, generally it's a bit random. I mostly make videos and then I do lives once in a while. Something I'm including in my trading course is mental and physical health. Most traders underestimate the importance. Yes, very, very important. You know, it's just such a key thing to be balanced and not be behind the screen the whole day. You know, education is important, learning, trading, but it's about balance, you know, healthy lifestyle while doing the work you're doing. So no, 100%. I'll pay extra for signed copy. We'll do some signed stuff later. We'll have to think about how we can easily do that because, as mentioned, probably I have to just buy a bunch of books, get them delivered here, stack them, sign them. When people buy them, then I send a personal message and I write the name in the book and stuff, and then send them from my house to, or at least from the postal office or wherever, to you, basically. You can do pre-order signed books maybe and just do it that way. We solve the problem of keeping. Yeah, but I don't. So the thing is, I don't get the books because it then goes through. We want to use Amazon just because, you know, it's big. So, but then I don't know if so. Amazon prints the books and then sends the books, but I need to get them first in order to like sign them. So I need to figure out how I can do that in the most efficient way. Mahin Bakker, welcome. What do you usually do when big news is coming? Do you follow? Well, if I'm already positioned before the big news, I just let it go, but manage accordingly. If the news is hitting at that moment in time, I don't like to enter new positions and I wait. So I'll take a short break basically. But if I'm already in positions unrelated to news because of probabilities, I just trade the plan I have anyway. But if news is coming, I don't really like to enter something new at that time. So I'll wait. Every year you attend the Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas, and that's where the book signing can be. I actually like Crypto Princess. I had an interview with her on her YouTube channel. We spoke in private, and she was going to that conference, and she said, "Yo, are you coming as well?" and stuff, but I couldn't. It was at the end of the month. I think it was June or something. Somewhere there, right? I think around the middle of the year, but I wasn't available. But it could be fun sometime. Of course, if I would go places and people already bought a book and I am in the country or in the neighborhood, I can always sign it on the spot, and then people can take the book with them. That's actually what happened with this one. When I made this book, so this I'm the author already of a book, but it's not trading related. It's more educational for parents with gaming children. People would come to my like speaking events. Not that I didn't organize them, but libraries, schools, companies invited me to speak. And then if people in the room had my book, they always brought it with them. And then after the presentation, I was always signing books, which was really fun. So yeah, could do the same. Do you think Mr. Satoshi exists? Ooh. I mean, Bitcoin wasn't made from thin air, no? So I don't know if his real name would be Satoshi or something else. Yeah, we don't know. Biggest secret in crypto, but the technology must come from somewhere, no? You're in Gauteng. Wait a second. I believe that a guy I know, which is the boyfriend of the sister of family, I believe has a house in Gauteng. And he has invited us to go there numerous times, but we're on the other side of the world. So it's not like, we quickly go up and down to Gauteng. So we would need to combine that. But he has a house in Gauteng, I'm sure. So That would be very interesting because then we would be close to Johannesburg. So I'll keep you updated. I'm very sure I'll send you a message later, but I'm very sure that Gauteng, he has a house in Gauteng. Very wealthy guy though. He has a house everywhere, but he has a house in Gauteng, and he either stays there in Gauteng because that's where most of his work is, or he's in Cape Town. And he travels up and down with his kids as well and stuff. So yeah, Gauteng. I'm pretty sure he has a house there. It would be interesting to visit when I'm there, because we are gonna be there someday. That's for sure. Ex-sister, the question is who or what group he is. You give me a lot of encouragement. Just the fact that you remember my routine is encouraging and shows you care about your audience. Cheers, Dave. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you know, like you've been here many times, so I know, at least with gymming, what you're up to. You know, what people share here, and especially people that are here regularly. I remember the names and remember their stories. So no, I mean, in the end, thanks for being here for such a long time already. Not during this stream, but in general. And Deshaun Silva, by the way, welcome from the playlist coming here. But no, it's great to hear, man, that you're like going to the gym, and you know, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I love the fact, like, I love people that also take care of their health. You know, it's not just trading and working. It's the balance, takes discipline, consistency, but you're pulling it off for 94 weeks in a row already. So that's big. That's really big. The book, it will be in English. Rex USDT. I mean, I'm not really going into alts because I am basically going to quit very soon. I mean, we're already quite a while live for quite a while, but okay, 3. I don't know if this is probably the all-time low. 1, 2. Okay. One second here, just checking. So we took out this low here once. So this structure to the downside. The question is corrective or impulsive. Well, if it is impulsive, it has to be a diagonal because of the overlap. We can't get a multi 1-2 because price moved up here. 1, 2, 1, unless it's 1, 2, 1, 2 like this. That would be your bearish count. 1, 2, 1, 2. This wave 2 is very long though, but not invalidated. If price can move up and touch the 886, sitting at 0.06, that would be positive for the bulls. But in general, the structure looks more corrective. Can't get a high probability diagonal in here. It feels a little bit forced. 1, oh wait, we can't even have this as the end of 2. This is 2, so you need 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be your diagonal. Oh. Okay. Nope. Okay, I mean, in theory, there could be a diagonal, but the leading diagonal is lower probabilities than corrective structures. So you're either looking at a multi 1-2 for the bears primarily, or a corrective structure. And yeah, I mean, you're still very much in a bullish environment here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it followed like a little bit like you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C. That's your first corrective structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it feels like it's not yet finished. At the moment, I'd rate this more as a corrective structure like Bitcoin and still take out that high. But double 1, 2, or who knows? But yeah, this looks more corrective. Can't get a high probability diagonal in here, because diagonals in general are not great in probability, still proven otherwise. So yeah, probably corrective. Bearish scenario multi 1-2. If price can move to 0.60, right? A little bit higher, you can be more confident, especially if you take out this high, that a bearish scenario is very low probabilities, probably still continuation of the range, getting an entry at a later stage and, you know, look for price to move up. Ooh, okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Oh, okay. Guys, I have to go. I have to go. We got an important call. It's Rex, by the way. Congratulations on passing the prop firm challenge. Thank you for doing Elliott Wave Theory. Really helped me. I'm happy to hear that, man. Thanks for your message. Thanks for your message. That makes me happy to read. Do you mean can break? No. It not Elliott Wave structure, but I don't like to trade at the volatility of news. So I don't like to enter when news events are active. I like the more calm areas. Calisthenics really helped me to integrate some training in my... Yeah, and calisthenics, you can do it even at home. You know, you don't need to go to a gym or whatever. You can even do it at home. But yeah, it's very good. It's a good way of doing sports. It's experience, AJ. It's experience. You will get there. You will get there. Okay, everyone. It's been quite a ride, but I gotta go. My wife's on the phone. It's an important call. I have no idea, but you know, we've been online as well for almost like 5 hours, 4.5 hours. So I think it's been pretty good. No, it's been pretty good. So yo, thanks everyone for being here. Enjoy your weekend. Weekend generally a ranging structure. So I don't really expect too much crazy stuff happening most of the time. It's probabilities, but if you go through all the weekends in the past, then usually price is moving in more of a sideways ranging structure. So yeah, make sure to touch some grass, enjoy your weekend. And thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for popping in and staying as well. Like many people stayed here for a long time, so I really appreciate that, guys. Enjoy your weekend, and yeah, the next video will then be most likely on Monday again, right? So that being said, enjoy your weekend again, and see you at the next one.